existence is a shared responsibility.
We shouldn't feel defeated.
We can do it. Perpetual planet means protecting nature as if our lives depend on it.
We have to keep hope alive.
How can we use our skills to solve these global problems?
I love for my research to have an impact in the life of people.
It takes a collective effort from all of us to inspire, to educate.
Putting all the knowledge together.
Más gente involucrada, más gente.
We are not going to stop until we get the job done.
It was just the beginning.
Fantastic.
Thank you, and welcome to 50 Sussex Drive, Canada's Centre for Geography and Exploration, home of the Royal Canadian Geographical Society. I'm John Geiger. I'm the Chief Executive Officer here, and I'm a long-standing fellow of the Explorers Club. So it's a great honor for me to welcome GLEX to Ottawa, to Canada. It comes at a very special time in our history, the history of relations between the United States and Canada. But it's, as I was saying to a number of you last night, it's a wonderful way in which we who are interested in exploration, interested in science, can come together and continue to pursue the future of our planet, the health of our planet. So thank you again for being here. I would like to acknowledge that the RCGS sits in these offices, this building's, indeed GLEX today, are located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin peoples, who have been the guardians of and in relationship with these lands for thousands of years. We further acknowledge and recognize that our work reaches across all of the distinct First Nations, Métis homelands, and Inuit Nunanagat, and for this we are very grateful. So thank you for being here. It's my distinct honor to welcome a friend, a fellow of the Royal Canadian Geographical Society, but you probably know him as the president of the Explorers Club, Richard Wiese. Richard.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. It's afternoon somewhere, right? You know, I just want to start first with a special thanks to John, and you know, now this is really a personal note, and I've spoken to some of my fellow Americans when we came here, and we're very touched. I mean, I think that Canada, your organization, the French Embassy could not have rolled out a warmer welcome for us. So for that, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, there's all sorts of stereotypes you can make about Canadians, right? But I think that some of them are good ones. You know, the analogy I'd like to say is you have this really great neighbor. You lend them your lawnmower, and they bring it back. It's full with gas, and they did an oil change, and they bring you back a cup of coffee. So when we called up John to pitch this idea of doing a global exploration summit in Canada, I can't even tell you how easy it was. Come in here. This is don't be so shy about this. We knew there were no ulterior motives other than to showcase international cooperation in science, and I feel like even during the Cold War era, the first sort of forays of détente between Americans and the Soviets back there were through scientists, people who wanted to share information. So you guys made it super easy. I thank your staff for that. This is our 5th edition, and I just want to give everybody a little idea of how this whole Global Exploration Summit started. Even though this is the 5th edition, many years ago, our first woman president, Fania Rose, who's right there. Fania, please raise your hand. And my co-chair, Milbury Polk, had this idea of bringing a global community of explorers together. And it's not an easy thing to do. You need the right venues, you need the right partners. Fast forward to 2018, when this young Portuguese man named Manuel Vaz came to my office in New York, and he pitched this idea of doing this huge global exploration summit in Portugal. And I thought to myself, is this guy crazy? Well, the truth is, he is crazy, but crazy talented. And so, you know, the whole idea of GLEX really is that curiosity, that whole idea to explore, the exchange of ideas is not unique to any one culture. And, you know, that's something that's so fantastic. Now, I mentioned to put these things together is not an easy task. So you go to your best partners and friends and you say, can you help us? And the longest partner for the Explorers Club has been Rolex. I don't know if we have anybody here from Rolex today.
Alexandra's here.
Oh, Alexandra, where is she? A middle. I have lights in my face. Thank you so much. I actually used to go hiking with Roland Poutan, who was the CEO of Rolex many years ago in the Adirondacks, which are just south of here. So thank you again. One of our Canadian friends, Kensington Tours. I know we have a bunch of people from Kensington Tours. Thank you so much. A new partner, Virgin Galactic. David Press. David, I know you're here, hiding somewhere. Martha Shaw, the San Diego chapter, which sounds like a band. Darlene Anderson, Gopi Tadakura, and the Schmidt Ocean Institute. I also have a note from one of our speakers, Brian Cox. He said that in the green room he would like green M&Ms.
We're trying to get those.
We're trying to get those there. So, Brian, we're working on it.
Riley's gone to the
Riley's gone out there to get
confectionery,
there.
yes.
Okay, so let's get on with the show. Our first speaker comes courtesy of the Royal Canadian Geographical Society. We have Valérie Courtois, and you know more.
Well, Valérie is a remarkable Indigenous leader in Canada, leader in conservation, and I'm just delighted to say that she was a recipient last year of the Shackleton Medal for the conservation of the polar region. So, most remarkable woman. So, welcome, Valérie. Come over here, please.
Everyone, good morning, bon matin. Ninu Palani, Mastoyach Nuchin Kimakshi Hajit, Nutawi Ivan, Nika France. And so what I'm doing is I'm introducing myself in my Indigenous language. I'm a member of the Innu Nation. We are one of the last nomadic people of North America, and our homelands is the Quebec-Labrador Peninsula. And so actually my second language is French. So forgive me if in English I stumble a bit sometimes. I'm going to start with a story. It's early, and I think stories are a part of what brings us together. And this is a story that takes place before flower. And the reason I say that is I know in kind of Christian worlds you refer to time as before Christ, after Christ. Well, for us, the arrival of flower changed everything because it provided stability and a way to fight famine. We are, of course, in relationship with our place, as many of you, I hope, are. I think that's part of the spirit of exploration is understanding place. And so this story occurs a long, long time ago. There was a young man and his father who were hunting on the land, and they had been traveling for many, many days, many, many weeks, and had not been successful in finding food. There was no caribou in sight, there was no porcupine, there was no birds even, and they just kept walking. This is at a time when we only had winter. And so they were on snowshoes and walking and walking and walking, and finally they were exhausted. The father set up a camp. and hung up the snowshoes outside of the tent, which is a tradition that we do, took off their moccasins and their food and lit a tiny fire because he was so tired and hungry that he wasn't able to go far. And that night, for us, our dreams are a window into another world. And the young boy that night dreamt, and the morning woke up his father, who was very weak, and said, "I have to tell you about my dream." And in the dream, the young boy saw ice fog and a kind of a knoll, and below the knoll was a pond. And in the pond, the fog started moving and dancing, and he saw caribou. And so the father said, "You have to go. This is the caribou telling you where they are. Please go look for them so that we can eat." And so the young man laced his moccasins and put on his snowshoes and put on his winter parka and started walking. He did not know where he was going. He just trusted that the Creator would guide him in his walk. And as he was walking, he walked for miles and then saw the knoll that he saw in his dream, and then looked over the knoll and saw the pond. And all of a sudden, the pond started moving with all of these caribou that were in the fog. And so he readied in his bow and arrow and put it up, and the caribou started really dancing, and one of them, a female caribou, started walking right at him. And so he lifted his bow and arrow, ready to let go, but for some reason he couldn't let go of the string. And he tried and tried, and then the caribou started talking to him. And the female caribou said, "We are meant to be married." And the young men said, "I don't think that's possible. I need, you run long ways. I need snowshoes. I'll never be able to keep up with you." And the caribou said, "When we are married, it will be okay." And so he said, "But I need a camp to sleep in. You have fur, and you're able to be outside for long periods of time. In fact, I'm wearing your fur. How is this going to work?" And the caribou said, "Don't worry. When we are married, it will be okay." And the young man said, "Well, you eat caribou moss. I eat you. How is this going to work?" And the caribou said, "Don't worry. When we are married, it will be okay." And the young man protested more, and the caribou stopped him and said, "I know that your father is very hungry and he's on the edge of death. And if we marry, I will make sure that he is well." And so the young man, loving his father, accepted the proposal of marriage from the female caribou. And all of a sudden, she transformed into the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. And he instantly fell in love. And she said, "Come with me. You must follow me." So the young man, in his snowshoes, started following the caribou and being amongst the herd. He left human footprints as he was doing this and disappeared with the caribou. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the father was anxiously awaiting his son, who had hoped had found caribou and where they could eat again. And a long time awaits, and the father is very weak, and the young man is not appearing. And so with the last of his energy, he laces his moccasins and puts on his snowshoes and all of his gear and walks out of the tent and starts to follow the footprints of his son. And as he's following the footprints of his son, he comes upon a caribou herd, and he is overjoyed and takes one and is immediately able to eat and get that energy. For anybody who's ever consumed caribou, there's a particularly high energy value in that meat. And then he keeps going, looking for his son's footprints, and he sees them, but they're all intertwined with all kinds of caribou. And he gets confused, and he can't follow them. And he's very, very sad by this, and he never does find his son. And so he goes back to the camp, assuming that eventually his son will come back to him. And in his dream that night, he sees his son very, very happy and joyous in amongst the caribou, and he understood that the caribou had traded his son for his ability to continue to survive. And from that day on, if you ever see a caribou herd in its glory and in its size and in its majesty, you may find a shorter adult caribou, a male caribou, that is nearly white. This is the young man who has shapeshifted into a caribou and is forever associated with the caribou. Now, why am I telling you this story? I'm telling you this story because this is a part of how we talk about the importance of our relationship with our place, that it is so fundamental that we are married to the caribou. And this is a part of how we talk about our knowledge and our science and our understanding and our place in this world. And so I just wanted you to understand that when we talk about Indigenous-led conservation and stewardship in what is now known as Canada, this isn't just about an activity. This is about who we are and a responsibility that we are each born with to take care of our place, because we understand that if we take care of our place, it will take care of us. And you are in a country where there is a movement afoot. We have been conservationists since time immemorial. My nation has been in the Quebec-Labrador Peninsula for nearly 10,000 years, so essentially since the glacier disappeared. And in fact, the last part where the Laurentian Glacier existed is on our home territory, just northeast of what is now known as Shefferville. And that kind of understanding of place and responsibility has driven the nations right across this country to be conservationists and to take care of our place, not to exclude ourselves from it, but understanding deeply that being a part of those landscapes is what is meant to be. And so we've started a movement with the Indigenous Leadership Initiative, which is I'm the founding executive director of, and it is the only national scope Indigenous-led conservation organization in Canada and indeed the world. And we have been lobbying and working with the federal government, with provinces and territories, and with all 634 First Nation communities, 51 Inuit communities, and countless Métis communities to really promote and understand that if Canada is going to meet its responsibilities as the second largest country in the world, as having within its borders the largest intact forest left on this planet, where we have a quarter of the world's wetlands, a fifth of the world's freshwaters, where 3 to 5 billion birds migrate out of every fall, and in fact you might have seen the Canada geese outside the door, who are doing their best to get as fat as possible for that journey. And the grass here is delicious, apparently. This is a part of why the boreal is so important and why we understand that it is our responsibility to take care of these places, not only for ourselves, but also for the rest of the world. About 10 years ago, we had an election in this country where Prime Minister Trudeau was elected. And the first thing that he said was the most important relationship to him personally and to the future of this country was the relationship with Indigenous peoples in Canada. And I had a suspicion that he might not know exactly what he meant. And so we let him know that that meant that we could help him with his conservation targets. And in fact, when Indigenous peoples hold the pen on land use planning, or what I like to call land relationship planning, we tend to protect well over half of our landscapes because we understand that as humans, we cannot fully understand the dynamics of ecosystems. In fact, science can't fully explain photosynthesis, let alone the complexity of the relationships in these forests. And so it is really important that we think about what needs to stay in these landscapes before we think about what we can take from these landscapes. And right now, more than 90% of new protected areas that have been created in the last 20 years in Canada have been led or co-led by Indigenous peoples. We are at just almost 14% as a country right now, which means that we need to protect an area the size of the province of Manitoba And the only way that Canada is going to achieve this, and it's been recognized by our federal government, is by partnering with Indigenous peoples. And indeed, we have more than 500 million square kilometers in protected area proposals that are active right now, which would take us to achieving that target. And some of these areas include incredible places like the Seal River watershed in northern Manitoba that is home to caribou and polar bear, and it has a beluga calving area in its estuary, and all of these things are in their mostly natural state. It is also 50,000 square kilometers in size, or the size of Costa Rica, and it is being led by 4 Indigenous communities, Dene and Cree, and it will become the largest protected area in Canada. It protects and stores in its soils the equivalent of 8 years of our national emissions. And so when we think about the importance of acting on climate change, the boreal as a terrestrial ecosystem is incredibly important. In fact, it stores twice as much carbon per hectare as the tropical forests do. And so we understand this and are moving on that action. Another area is a place called Denikakusan in northern British Columbia, which is being advanced by the Kaska Nation. It is 40,000 square kilometers in size, or the size of Switzerland. And so these will become globally significant protected areas that will be stewarded by what we call guardians. Guardians are people who represent our nations and who understand their relationship with place, and who in many ways are ambassadors with others, and who allow and ensure that any conservation project or development project can maximize its benefits for not only in terms of our economies and societies, but also in terms of ensuring that Indigenous peoples can build and grow. And we've gone from 10 years ago having about 30 programs in this country to now having over 200 guardian programs. And there are now 2,000 guardians whose job it is right now to take care of our places. And they're doing this not for the benefit of themselves again, but really for the benefit of the world, because we understand that it is our time to do that. And so I am watching this very ominous clock here. And so with that, I'm going to ask the AV team, please cue the video.
Having the guardians on the land is so important. We have the eyes and ears on the land, protecting the land.
Human beings as a whole haven't been doing great to this earth.
If we don't start doing something now to try and protect that, then things could be like looking pretty sad.
And that's what's fun about being a guardian, trying to save the planet little bit by bit.
The Guardians patrol this area for environmental concerns, wildlife observations.
It is very important that the Guardians are on the water every single day to keep a watchful eye on what is actually going on.
This whole climate change thing causes water levels to drop. I never want there to be no fish. It's all about the fish, man. All about the fish.
There's quite a few guardians now, and we need more.
Want to see initiatives to save our planet? This is it.
That land is important to us, especially as Indigenous people.
It's the very soul of what we are.
To be a part of a guardian, to me, is beyond anything I can explain.
Now, thank you very much.
You know, that was wonderful. You know, I'm reminded that I think one of the more positive narratives that I've seen in exploration over the last few years is that whole idea of including other people's points of views. Someone once said that if you take the same room of the same kind of people trying to solve the same kind of problems, you're always going to get the same results. So, Valérie, thank you so much of giving us the importance of hearing all voices. They're setting up for our next one, and you know, part of exploring is storytelling. And I just noticed we're in the Alex Trebek story, so I just have a quick Alex Trebek story. I was in Namibia, and this is how explorers always start stories, right? Like, you know, some far-flung place. I'm with a crew. We're going to film rhinos, and I'm just waiting for our safari vehicle to come. And I said to my cameraman, I go, wow, these rhinos really are in jeopardy. And all of a sudden, this guy comes walking out. He goes, are you talking about my show? It was Alex Trebek. So on a game drive, the first game I saw was a game show host. So there. Anyhow, I felt we had to acknowledge Alex Trebek in this. So, and by the way, he was a nice guy, but you know, you knew that already. We are now, you know, continuing with that idea of storytelling, and you know, not all stories are told fully because sometimes that story lies on the bottom of the ocean. So for our next section here, we have 4 iconic shipwrecks, 4 iconic explorers. I'd like to welcome Mensun from Endurance 22, David Mearns from Quest, Jonathan Moore from Erebus and Terra, and John Geiger, who you know already, the Quest expedition leader, who will take you through this. So gentlemen, please be seated and tell your story.
Thanks very much, Richard, and thank you again. So it's a real pleasure for me to introduce 3 gentlemen I've had the pleasure of working with and becoming friends with over many years, and who have contributed to the discovery of some of the most remarkable shipwrecks and helping to tell, as Richard alluded to, stories, great stories in the case of Erebus and Terror that in some respects remain untold still as the work continues, led by Parks Canada, to truly understand the great mystery associated with the Franklin expedition. So, as mentioned, Jonathan Moore, senior archaeologist with Parks Canada, and I think now heading that team, or a key member of that team, and has devoted many years to the search for Erebus and Terror and helping to understand, you know, probably the greatest exploration mystery, the disappearance of 2 ships, 129 men in the Canadian Arctic, and all sorts of theories as to what happened to them. So we're starting to peel back some of those mysteries. And then we have, of course, Mensun Bound, who was one of the co-lead of the Endurance 22 expedition that made truly a discovery that has electrified the world with respect to underwater exploration, the discovery of Sir Ernest Shackleton's great ship Endurance, a ship that's storied, you know, and the stories associated which resonate to this day about leadership and all those attributes that made Sir Ernest Shackleton such a remarkable figure. And David Mearns, who is also one of the world's foremost underwater explorers, and was the search director for an expedition that the Royal Canadian Geographical Society was very pleased to participate in and actually lead, and that was the Shackleton Quest expedition that last year successfully located Shackleton's last ship, which is off the coast of Labrador, and really brought, I think, an end to the Shackleton story to a certain extent. So 3 iconic expeditions, I guess, 4 ships. And I want to open the conversation really by talking a little bit with our panel about the cultural significance of these shipwrecks at the time, and maybe beginning, of course, with the first of those, Erebus and Terror. If you could talk, maybe, Jonathan, a little bit about the impact of the loss of those ships and your work to locate them.
Yeah, thank you, John. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Thank you for the invitation to speak and be part of this panel today. So Erebus and Terror were part of a Royal Navy expedition that set out in 1845 in search of a Northwest Passage. And this has been a European search that had been going on for centuries. And it was a culmination of a number of previous expeditions, and the expectation in 1845 was that Sir John Franklin would lead these 2 ships through the Northwest Passage. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. And Both ships were eventually stuck in the ice. They were abandoned, deserted in 1848, and all the crew members perished on their attempt to reach safety in the south. So the significance of this time was an expedition that had been a failure, and it led to a decades-long search to find those ships and the men that were lost. It became really a bit of a, probably the longest and most expensive search and rescue expedition in history. So it was really resulted in large measure in mapping of the Canadian, what is now the Canadian Arctic.
Yeah, absolutely amazing story. And I wonder if I could move along to Mensun, if you could talk a little bit about the historical differences between, this earlier era of exploration, Erebus and Terra represent, and what came later with the so-called heroic age of Antarctic exploration, which Shackleton embodied, of course, with endurance. There was obviously an evolution of the ship technologies. I wondered if you could just elaborate on that.
Yeah, you're right, John. Endurance, I suppose, was really not the end, but the climax of the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. Erebus and Terra was mid-Victorian, right? There was a naval expedition. Their objectives were very different. Shackleton's situation was that a couple of years before, the pole had been discovered by Amundsen, been reached by Scott, and Scott had died on the way back, and that left Shackleton as Britain's leading explorer. But the problem was, what could he do next? And he came up with this idea of crossing Antarctica from one side to the other, from the Weddell Sea to the Ross Sea by way of the pole. God knows why he thought that was a great thing to do, but Shackleton, he was Irish, he had the gab, he was able to convince people to give him money, and we all know what happened. He set off, and I don't want to sort of get caught up in cliches, but Shackleton never set foot on Antarctica. In January 1915, when World War I was raging, he got icebound, and they spent next 5 months on the ice, and then, of course, there was that epic journey from the ice edge to Elephant Island, 6 days, the worst part of the entire Shackleton saga. They all said that the 6 days was. Then, of course, they got to what they called the Hellish Rock, and then Shackleton very quickly realized that if he stayed there, sooner or later they would all perish. And so he took his best boat, the James Caird, and he set off to South Georgia to get help from the whaling stations there. 2 weeks, incredible feat of navigation, got to South Georgia, found he was on the wrong side, couldn't get around the ends of the island. The only thing to do was to go over the Allardyce Range. He did that in 36 hours. Got to one of the whaling stations, Stromness, got a whaling boat, couldn't get back to Elephant Island, made 3 subsequent attempts with different boats. In the end, he got there, saved all the men. What can I say? 28 men went in, 28 came out. It shouldn't have happened, and now the Endurance has become this metaphor, if you like, for survival, for resilience, for leadership.
Great capsule summary of the Endurance story there. So thank you very much, Mensun. And David, I wonder if you could maybe do the same with respect to Quest, Shackleton's final expedition.
Yes, well, it could be a shorter story because it was an expedition that, is most well known for the fact that Shackleton died in the Quest. And so this was his last expedition. He had Endurances in 1915. By the time he actually got home to England after rescuing, going to get his team on the other side of the continent, he didn't reach home until the spring of 1917, I believe. And Shackleton being Shackleton, he was restless, and he wanted to go on an expedition again, and he came up initially with an idea of exploring the Canadian high Arctic. And this is one of the reasons why John had the idea that it should be a Canadian-led, an RCGS-led expedition to locate Quest, because that was the initial idea. But the government pulled out of the funding for that, and a new sponsor came in, actually a school friend of Shackleton. They went to school at Dulwich College in England together, and he provided all the money for the expedition to continue. The ship itself, Quest, was a much smaller than Endurance or any of other ships that we're talking about today. So itself, it isn't impressive, but it had a long history. But it's starting with this expedition to explore in Antarctica. And really what they wanted to do was something different again, a circumnavigation of the continent, and Shackleton himself wasn't in good health. All of this, the stresses of raising money, the stresses or hardships of these incredible physical feats really took a toll on his body. And so he was 47 years old at the time. And by the time he left, they sailed from England to South America, and while he was in Rio de Janeiro, suffered a heart attack, and which he kept quiet. Again, typical to Shackleton's leadership and thinking of others. He didn't want to make a big deal of it. But when they came into South Georgia that night, he suffered another massive heart attack and died at the age of 47. And you know, I can go on about his burial and things like that, but that's why Quest is so important. It's the end of the heroic age that Shackleton was a major figure, and the ship itself went on for another 40 years and being involved in exploration in East Greenland, and had served as a minesweeper during the war. So it's a very important ship. Unknown to a lot of people, nothing like Endurance or the Franklin wrecks. But this is why we wanted to find it, to be able to retell this story of the end of the heroic age, and also tell a different aspect of Shackleton's life. This is the final chapter, and a very sad and poignant chapter that for all of us who love Shackleton, it means as much to us as his other exploits.
Thanks, David. Yeah, and in fact, some of you are staying at the Chateau Laurier. That was Shackleton's hotel when he was in Ottawa, lobbying the government of Canada for support for a Canadian Arctic expedition.
Maybe I fought over his room. But,
did you? I was going to say. So yeah, he spent a lot of time in Ottawa talking to bureaucrats, trying to convince politicians to support his expedition. He thought he had secured that support, but rug got pulled out from under him, and we know what followed. So a fascinating Canadian angle to the whole Shackleton saga. I wanted to talk a little bit, Jonathan, about the efforts to locate Erebus and Terror. I mean, again, this enduring mystery, what happened to Franklin, various theories, artifacts, skeletal remains found strewn across King William Island on the Canadian mainland. But really, a difficult problem in the sense that there was no specific indication as to where those ships might have been. They might have been carried out by ice at great distances. Can you talk a little bit about the process of actually finding the wrecks and what you had to do to get to the point of discovery?
Yeah, great question. And in fact, this, as I think I mentioned, the search had been going on for many years. So our work, which began in the early 2000s, was building on previous searches that really began in a year or two after the expedition set sail. And I think a key thing to understand about the search is the fact that the ships were actually entering a place that was inhabited by Inuit and had been inhabited for many thousands of years. So while the European explorers generally did not know all of the the intricacies of the passages through the Northwest Passage, which would ultimately be found, they built on that year after year after year, and there was interaction. This is a fascinating part of this story, is there was interaction over the years between searchers in, say, the 1850s, 60s, and 70s with Inuit who had observed the Franklin expedition and its aftermath. So really, the modern search, which began really in about the 1960s using modern technologies, was building on evidence recorded from Inuit by 19th century explorers for what turned out to be the Erebus. So modern searches have used clues as to the location of the wreck of the Erebus gathered from Inuit over the years, and that produced a kind of a viable search zone for modern technologies. So it's kind of a marriage of Inuit knowledge and modern technologies that was used for the search for Erebus. We still had to, what we call, mow the lawn back and forth with sonar for many, many seasons, ultimately resulting in the relocation of Erebus in 2014. In the case of the Terror, which was found 2 years later, it was today's contemporary knowledge of a wreck that, quite by coincidence, it's hard to believe, but was found, or it's reported in Terror Bay, which is just north of the Erebus. So that was local knowledge from a hamlet called Johaven, Uksuktuk, which ultimately led to the relocation of the wreck of the Terror. So it was a marriage of the two, and I think it's important. One thing I wanted to mention about the technology was Erebus and Terror were the spaceships of their day. They were cutting-edge technology, and they were going into a vast area that was already inhabited. So those are a couple of key takeaways on the context of the search.
I think your point about Terror is interesting because, of course, Terror was located in a place called Terror Bay. And it begged the question, why hadn't that bay been investigated earlier? But it was just a happy coincidence, I think.
I can answer that question. It was named by an explorer, McClintock, long before the Erebus and Terror were found. And he named a bay to the north, Erebus Bay, and a bay to the south, Terror Bay, and it just so happened that Terror was in Terror Bay.
Great. So again, very different. In the case of the Franklin ships, enduring mystery. You're still working, you're active up there each season when the ice conditions permit, trying to unravel, the questions as to why they ended up where they ended up, how they attempted their escape. The case of Endurance and Quest are very different because there isn't that mystery. We know what happened to Endurance, Mensun. We know that this incredible survival story, the exemplary leadership that was demonstrated, all of that has arisen from the narrative that was written by Shackleton. So why the appeal? Why it was an enormous undertaking in terms of technology, I'm sure in terms of money. Why bother? The Shackleton story had been told, the knowledge was there. I'm just interested in your analysis as to what the attraction was, and of course it's had an enormous impact.
Yeah, big question, John. So originally, well, there were two sides to this. One was archaeology, and the other was because personally, it was a very personal thing for me. I grew up in the Falkland Islands. Shackleton actually stayed with my family on his third visit to the Falklands. He fell out with the governor. My forebears ran a not very salubrious drinking, bedding establishment on the waterfront called the First and Last. And Shackleton and Wellesley, they ended up in there together. And we still have the visitor's book in the family with their signatures in it and a little drawing of a penguin. So, I was weaned on the Shackleton story. So, but then, but it was originally, the first prospectus I ever wrote for the project was in 2012. And a large part of that had to do with archaeology. How was the ship built? I was fascinated by that. And then I had the archaeological carpet, if you like, pulled out from under my feet, because when I was conducting the research in Norway, I was with a guy called Tori Stig Lund, who I met at Spry in London, and we were in this regional archive together. And just off the top of my head, I happened to ask the archivist there if they had anything from the Framnes shipping yard in Sandefjord. That was where the ship was built. And it turned out they had the entire archive for the company. And there, in that archive, was all the ship's plans, every single detail, 120 drafts. So all my questions about how the ship was built, the whole archaeological dimension to the project had gone, wiped out. So then it became wanting to find the Endurance. We were anxious that it be found by a responsible body, because we knew that it was only a matter of time before the Endurance was found, and we were scared that what happened, we remembered what happened to the Titanic. You remember when it was found in the 80s, it became a kind of a smash and grab, help yourself kind of project, and we were terrified that that might happen to the Endurance. So we wanted to find it, to protect it, and write it up in an archaeological manner.
Interesting. Yeah. That's interesting with respect to the Franklin story, because I believe that was part of the reason that you, Parks Canada, really took control of that file and began very seriously investing your resources into locating those ships. It was a concern about the ownership of those wrecks if they were found.
Yeah, indeed. It's kind of funny that Erebus and Terror were designated as a National Historic Site in 1992 before they were found. So it's really a measure of how much importance was placed on these iconic shipwrecks, and the fact that there was interest in government and also northern communities and other researchers and institutions, that when these vessels were found, that they would be protected, and indeed they are protected as part of the National Historic Site of Canada, the wrecks of HMS Erebus and HMS Terror National Historic Site of Canada. And I'd like to add that there is actually a Guardian program in place to monitor the sites in the summer months. So I think that all of the intentions that began early on have been brought to fruition in terms of protection, interpretation, and sharing of the sites with the public.
Great, yeah. So David, just a little bit about Quest, I guess, whether, again, the motivation, you sort of touched on that earlier, but the motivation, again, we know the Shackleton story, we know that he died on Quest, we know that it was hugely symbolic of the end of the heroic age, so it's beyond Shackleton, it's actually an end to an entire era. But why go look for it at this point?
Well, I'm a professional shipwreck hunter. It's what I do. It's my job. It's my profession. These are challenges, and endurance is an ultimate challenge. I remember giving a talk to National Geographic. You say why, and National Geographic, this great prestigious body, about endurance, and they said, why? It'll just be a bunch of splinters on the seabed. And we knew it wouldn't be, and Mensun proved that. And so I think, despite the fact that a lot is known about endurance, about the Erebus and Terror, and even Quest, these are still archaeological time capsules that are worth discovering, exploring, and continuing to discover and explore. Now, we've just found Quest. We haven't filmed her yet. We haven't done the kind of imaging that you've seen behind me for these ships, and that's the next step, is to go create a digital twin. And we'll do that in the highest possible resolution, so archaeologists, historians can cover it, but ultimately these ships, they are the physical embodiment of these men, of this history, and they provide the platform for telling these stories again. And if you can do that in an archaeological context, that's exciting. If you can do it in a historical context, that's exciting. But I think what really across the board here, the reason why these ships have been found is because there's such compelling stories behind them. How they sank, the people who were in them, the characters, the interrelationships of the men. And those are the types of shipwrecks that I want to go find, that have these fantastic stories. We like the challenge, we like to set records, we like to find what we're looking for, but ultimately it's the aftermath in telling these stories.
I'm not sure if this would be asking something that's sort of out of school, but what's your next shipwreck, Jonathan?
Well, we work across the country, coast to coast to coast. There's plenty of wrecks that we're working on, plenty of national parks, national marine conservation areas we're in. So we don't have, we've got a lot of things on the go.
Is there one that really has your attention?
I guess not particularly. We still have a lot of work to process all of the data we've got from Erebus and Terror, and in particular, I want to kind of riff off of something David here said, that in that, you know, the Franklin expedition story is so compelling because there's, you know, what happened to these men, and you know, the more you learn, the more you want to know. And I think we've been uniquely positioned to be able to excavate into officer cabins in the Erebus, and actually we did physically, carefully excavate and open drawers in the cabin furniture and excavate the personal possessions of some of the officers and men. So it's been, you know, you're face to face with, you know, the men that tragically died. They died on the land mostly during that retreat in 1848, and so it's what we focused on is what can archaeology tell us about that incredible story, and we found some really compelling artifacts and finds inside the wreck. And in terms of terror, what we've been able to do, we haven't excavated terror, but we have been able to put micro ROVs into this incredibly intact wreck and explore on the inside, and it's like stepping back in time.
Amazing. We're sort of sitting at a moment in history where the technology for searching for wrecks and for documenting wrecks has reached a point where I guess it's inevitable that we'll be seeing more important wrecks located and more stories, I guess, being told.
We're in a golden age.
Yes.
I've said it many years ago. We're in a golden age of shipwreck hunting, and I think you can almost put a time when it happened. In 1985, Titanic was found. So, you know, up to that time, one of the deepest, most famous shipwreck of all time. Unless somebody finds the Ark, Titanic is at the top, with all due respect to Endurance, which is right up there as well. And also, that was the year that the Atocha was found, which is a Spanish galleon, which is a totally different thing by treasure hunters. There was some archaeology done on it. So a big steel ship, an old wooden ship, and it was, you know, found with technology. The precursor started in the 60s, and that's an unknown, fascinating story that really I go back to in terms of inspiration. But since then, and I wrote my last book in 2017, and the last chapter is what are the ships to find? Endurance, the Indianapolis, a couple of other ones, and they're all getting ticked off the list. So, and we found some very, very famous ones, and that's why I think, you know, that we found the deepest, we found the smallest, we found the most remote, and the most unknown. So we've proven we can find anything. So we are in a golden age, and a lot of the big beasts are getting ticked off. And now what we'll be finding are the ones that the stories are so forgotten that they pop up and you say, wow, I never knew about this. Wow. And we are involved in a project that I was speaking to the French ambassador about in the English Channel at relatively shallow depth, probably one of the most historic and important warships of the French age of Louis XIV. Completely unknown that it was there. And that's something we're looking forward to doing. So yes, I believe we're in a golden age of shipwreck hunting. Stole that from the heroic age, but we can name our own age, I guess.
Well, just, you've mentioned the return to Quest. We know that you're going to be heading back into the field probably next year.
Yeah, to be determined, yeah.
To be determined, but we know we're going to be back there. And Mensun, of course, Endurance has just captivated the imaginations of people all over the world. You did have a good look at, we've seen some of the incredible footage that has been captured, but is there a plan to go back and to further investigate the wreck?
There are several groups planning to go back, one in New Zealand, one in the States, one in England, and I believe there's a French group as well. It is a protected site now under the Antarctic Treaty. Some of them want to go back for tourist reasons, some of them want to go back for marine biological reasons. It is protected, but protected doesn't mean to say you do nothing. It is a site that will require monitoring into the future. We didn't touch anything. We did it by the book. It was a no-touch survey. And there's a lot of stuff there. The ship's bell is just sitting on the foredeck. And we worry a lot about that because there are a number of rogue organizations that could very easily go down there and help themselves. We'd like probably to do something like what Jonathan is doing, at least save the vulnerable artifacts. We didn't get to conduct a study of the benthos communities around the wreck. We'd like to go back and do that. Also the debris field, there are areas of that which for technological reasons we didn't cover. But as David said, it is a really, really exciting time for deep ocean archaeology. I began directing projects back in the very, very early 80s. It was all, scuba diving in those days. And I did that for 32 consecutive years all over the world. But in the last sort of 10, 12 years, I've been focusing on technology, robotic archaeology. And the future is just hugely exciting. Earlier this year, we were working on a wreck which was 5,300 meters down in the middle of the Atlantic. And our precision, the precision with which we could work was absolutely staggering. We were far more controlled in what we did than anything I ever did working on inshore wrecks back in the 80s and 90s. It's really exciting. I just wish I could live my life all over again.
So all of these wrecks are related to polar, exploration. They're all in cold water, so they'll be preserved, much longer than they would have been had these wooden ships been found in the Mediterranean or Caribbean. But, I know you're always asked, what about raising these wrecks? I mean, you're collecting artifacts, critical pieces of information. Of course, the ship's bell was about the first to come up. And we're very lucky here, thanks to Parks Canada, to have a replica of the Erebus bell. We were partners with Parks Canada, the RCGS, so we have a resin. It's quite light. It's not as heavy as the original, but it's a beautiful exact replica of the Erebus bell. But, is there a case to raise any of these ships other than collecting some pieces of them?
You don't need to, because the technology and the imagery you're seeing behind us in terms of creating a digital twin of these shipwrecks, that's the new frontier, and the technology is really kind of developed to do that. Camera, lighting systems, mapping system to create digital terrain models so that you can have, millimeter precision imagery for measuring, for studying, and so there's no reason to actually have to recover a shipwreck. I agree that some certain select artifacts should be done because nothing can tell the story to young people, to students, to everybody in a museum or anywhere as like a physical object. And I call these objects touchstones. I recovered the bell from HMS Hood. This is the British battle cruiser that was sunk by the Bismarck in 1941. And this is a major war loss, the biggest in British naval history. 1,415 men were killed. We got special dispensation to recover the bell. Like Endurance's bell was sitting there for anybody to pick up, and we recovered it. And it's now in the museum in Portsmouth, the Museum of the National, of the Royal Marines of the Navy in Portsmouth. And it's a touchstone. And so relatives now, descendants of those who were lost, can actually come physically see it and touch the bell and connect them to that. And the beauty of Endurance, Shackleton's genius, it's not even a war grave. It's not a grave site. It's not a war grave, obviously, but it's not a grave site. So if it's done ethically, if it's done responsibly, if it's done with conservation and planning, then that's fine. But the digital twin that you've brought back and that we hope to bring back with Quest next season, there's no reason, because that bringing up a wooden object of that size, not just very difficult and very expensive, but it's the conservation beyond it, which takes decades and decades.
And if I can add to that, we mustn't forget the significance of place. So where these wrecks are in situ has a certain significance and meaning, and there's a potential for visitation in the case of Erebus and Terra in the future, and of course, future generations of underwater archaeologists may be able to learn a great deal from these two wrecks as they lie on the bottom.
And Terra Bay would not be Terra Bay unless Terra's there.
So we've basically run out of time. We've got a red clock ticking down to about 22 seconds now. So I just want to thank all three of you for being here, being part of this discussion. Thanks so much. Thank you. Wonderful. Thanks so much. Thanks, Greg. Thank you. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was terrific. You know, one of the goals of the Global Exploration Summit really is to forge relationships. If we really thought about what we love most about exploring, it's certainly the chase, it's the find, but ultimately it's the people you meet along the way. So I would like to acknowledge a couple people in the crowd. You might see a cameraman walking around right there. That's Brendan Hall. He's an EC50 winner. He is one of the most important up-and-coming young filmmakers in America. He took a time off from his tour of a film called Out There, a national park story. So if you get a chance to see it, fantastic. Another story which maybe has nothing to do with exploration, but has to do with culture. In 1963, the Beatles came to America. The man who brought the Beatles to America is Bill Liss, who's sitting right there. Bill? We have the board of directors of the Explorers Club, my own Shackleton voyage. Please all stand and be acknowledged, the board of directors and officers. And I am told by my friends who actually go to church that often they will look to their left and look to their right and introduce themselves to the person next to them. And I'd like you to do that as we go out. We're going to take a 45-minute break. Please be back at 10:45, but say hi to the person next to you, just so you get to know them. And we'll continue this journey. Isn't that an amazing trick? I have to tell you, I learned that from an auctioneer because people always go, and they go, attention, attention. But there's something so hardwired to people when you go, shh, everybody's like, you learn something new every day. Hey, by the way, just learning something new, I just want to talk about the production company Bespoke, who put this together. I didn't realize this until now, but all of these plants are real, which I find pretty amazing, right? Did everybody meet somebody new during the break? Please tell me yes. Good. Because you'll have other breaks to meet other people. And you can meet the same people over again because they'll tell you the same story. But I do want to introduce the president of the board of directors of the RCGS, and that is Lois Mitchell, who is sitting there in the front. And Fania Rose, I have to tell you a story about meeting Lois earlier this morning. She'll laugh. She was in this, the Andaji room there. Her back was turned to me. And so Fania and I have a running joke. Whenever I see her, I go, Mother? And because whenever Fania has something important to tell me, first the finger goes like this, and then she says, Richard, I'm going to talk to you as your mother. And I'm always like, ay, what is going on? So earlier today, but you in typical Canadian, humor and good grace, took it in. So I realized you are not my mother. So we are now going to go from the bottom of the ocean to the clouds of Venus, and we're looking for signs of life. Our next speaker, Sara Seager, is an MIT astrophysicist. Please welcome Sara.
5 years ago, I was part of a team that made an incredible discovery. We used radio telescopes here on Earth to observe the Venus atmosphere. And we reported the detection of a gas in tiny amounts, a gas called phosphine. This gas doesn't belong on Venus. It's not produced by lightning or meteoritic delivery or volcanoes or anything you could think of. And according to like the last 100 years of the way we do astronomy, this leaves the tiniest bit of room that there could be life in the clouds of Venus. Like here on Earth, we have oxygen. It's produced by life. We have that nasty mold in your fridge that smells awful. We have swamps. Life produces gases. So that actually is wow. But how do you think that result was received by the community? It's incredibly controversial, which is a bit of a euphemism for it was immediately tried to be trashed by our colleagues and people all around. We've largely defended all of that. But I want you to think of this discovery of a gas that doesn't belong, a reported discovery of a gas that doesn't belong. I wanted to come up with an analogy for you in a nod to another talk in this session. Imagine like you have an objective, a summit objective on a ginormous mountain peak. And you're hiking up this mountain, and it's a false summit. I think a lot of you have been there. Now you gotta like do it again and again. But in a moment when you're just taking a little pause, and you look over there, you see an oasis, something new no one ever knew about, because it's like in a bowl, and you couldn't know about it any other way, and now you go there and you throw out your original goal. And that's where I am. I work on exoplanets. Every star in the sky is a sun, and they all have, it appears, every star has another planet. And I've now taken this turn, not for the original goal of finding phosphine or another gas out there, but of actually going to Venus and exploring it and searching for signs of life. Now, why is that crazy? Why would people be so against this idea? That's because we all learn in school, right, that Venus has a massive carbon dioxide greenhouse atmosphere, making its surface so hot, you never want to explore that surface in your human form. It is, wow, you're just gonna melt there. But just like on Earth, in that mountain analogy, you've been on a mountain, it gets cold up there, very cold. And on Venus, same thing. As you go above the surface, it gets colder and colder. So even though the surface is inhospitable, 50 kilometers up, it's the right temperature for life. And so half a century ago, Carl Sagan threw this idea out there that maybe there's life, not like complicated life or anything, but microbes eking out an existence in the Venus clouds, because life needs liquid. And we here on Earth have life in our clouds. Bacteria, we don't think it wants to be in the clouds, but it's swept up, stays in the cloud temporarily, and rains out. So that's kind of why Venus has this temperate atmosphere. It kind of sounds like an okay place for life, but the problem is it's not made of water, but concentrated sulfuric acid. Now, I wanted to share with you how I got involved with laboratory chemistry, because 5 years ago, right before we made this announcement of the reported discovery, that was the pandemic summer. And you all remember that summer. I, at the time, had a 17-year-old at home. I think there's at least one 17-year-old in the audience. And he needed something to do, because there's no jobs for kids. The sports fields are shut down. You know, some families didn't want to interact. So I put him on the Venus project, an engineering online project, which these kids, you know, they're digital natives. He solved that problem in 4 days. So he pushed to do real experiments. Okay, so it's pandemic summer. You know, you cannot order a lot of sulfuric acid to your house. But we discovered a little loophole. You can order a lot of little bottles. So we ordered a lot of little bottles, and we set up an outdoor lab as the best we knew how, safely, put on some lab coats and safety goggles. Now, I want you to imagine you're a 17-year-old, hot pandemic summer, leafy suburb, kind of like Ottawa, nothing to do, bored, looking around, experimenting. What's the first thing you're going to put in sulfuric acid? People are pretty friendly here. Well, he put an ant in sulfuric acid. And before I could say, please don't do that, because I'm the type of person I rescue spiders from my basement, before I could say don't do that, it had a seizure and turned to goo instantly. Now, that's why, you know what, it turns out our DNA cannot survive in sulfuric acid. Therefore, any of our life on Earth cannot. No extremophiles, nothing can survive, because our DNA can't survive, okay? So our DNA has a sugar molecule. And just to hit this point home, but it sounds like you already understand it, I will show you that's myself in the laboratory. I have some sugar, just household sugar, in the glass container. And I've got a jug of sulfuric acid. Okay, this is a lab. You can order large amounts, and we do. We have a lot of sulfuric acid. So this is a proxy for us, for our life. And I've sped this up 2.5 times because it takes a while to get going. But you're looking at the infrared on the right just to see that, and the visible on the left. Now look at it heating up already. In the bottom there, it's a very violent reaction. I mean, no wonder that poor ant had no chance of surviving. So this is a proxy for life. This is why our life can't survive. And it's kind of unfortunate, I feel like, but yeah, it's hot. That's hot, 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 hot. A reaction is happening. It's really just dehydrating. There's water coming off of this. There's other stuff coming off. And that sugar, yeah, it just doesn't really stand a chance. So this kind of may not be surprising, right? But this set a paradigm, basically, that no life could ever survive in the Venus atmosphere. And what would you do about that? You're all natural explorers. Would you just buy this and move on? No, you wouldn't. You definitely would not do that, because Venus is so close. We can explore it. We need to go back. We haven't had space missions into the atmosphere in about 40 years. And that's what we decided to do. So we decided to re-explore and use sulfuric acid in a laboratory setting. And what we found is just mind-blowing. We put our 20 amino acids that our life requires into concentrated sulfuric acid, and with one exception, it's all stable. Half are chemically modified, but it is stable. Our DNA is unstable, but we can ask, is another kind of DNA, not one that would be in life, but like just for argument's sake, can we find an information-carrying molecule so we can make the case that we should go to Venus and look for life? And here's one. We are on our way to doing that. We found one called, not DNA, it's called PNA, peptide nucleic acid, and we found that a single strand is stable in concentrated sulfuric acid at room temperature. We also did another experiment, and this experiment was already done, but we didn't know. Sometimes in science, people explored for pure exploration's sake, not for a purposeful goal. And here I'm showing you a microscope image. It's a little hard to see. If you could just turn down the lights for 1 second. What you're seeing here is we put lipids with a polar head in sulfuric acid. And what people do in water, they're trying to do origin of life from scratch in water. The first thing you want to know about is, can you get a vesicle, like a three-dimensional membrane, to protect whatever life might form from the outside? And these same molecules, a subset of them, we can put in sulfuric acid, and they also form vesicles, the kind of most primitive step towards the cell membrane. That's showing you a dye that's also stable, and you can see the little things. They're only 10 microns. So this is exciting. I have so much information to tell you, but I can't squeeze it all into the talk. So what are we going to do about all this? We're motivating, not that there is life in the Venus clouds. It's still a pretty crazy idea to think there can be life in sulfuric acid. But armed with all of these laboratory experiments, we're gaining like ammunition to be able to go back to Venus. We're going to go to Venus. We call ourselves the Morning Star Missions to Venus. A new dawn is rising in space exploration. This kind of idea of life on Venus, it's still too crazy for big government agencies like NASA or ESA, so we've struck out in terms of what's hopefully a private-public partnership. Our first mission to Venus, we call Rocket Lab Mission to Venus. We're targeted for launch in 2026. If you come to our display on the ground floor, we'll tell you more about that. But for now, you know, we're all on our own special journey. And if we do want to find signs of life or life itself on Venus, we want to be able to go and explore. Not us humans, right? We don't want to go to the sulfuric acid place, but we'd like to, you know, send a balloon to Venus to go there and to spend some time in the atmosphere. We'd like to look for very complex organics, molecules so complex, like a DNA-like molecule, that it just can't form on its own. It has to have life in the process of making the molecule. So what this balloon mission might look like is a rocket would launch, a cruise vehicle would drop off the little probe you saw, a little pilot chute would pop open that probe. And then inside, there would be another parachute that would slow down what's to be the balloon. And the balloon would inflate, and it has to inflate before that whole thing gets too deep in the atmosphere. We may drop off some mini probes while we're at it. And as this balloon inflates, it can rise a tiny bit, and it can cruise around the atmosphere. It'll just get blown around passively for about a week or so, long enough to search for these complex molecules. And there's an orbiter overhead would relay data back to Earth. Now, the former Soviet Union sent 2 balloons to Venus, back in the 1980s, and we'd like to go back with new, miniature, modernized technology to really do the search that hasn't been done before for these very complex organics that we know they can survive in laboratory settings, so we're there to look for them on Venus. So I'm not going to dwell on this. I just wanted anyone who works in the space industry to know we're serious. We have put a lot of time and money and effort in designing what could be our instrument and balloon. But what I'm really excited to tell you is that on the ground floor, we have a real display of this balloon, a prototype, half-scale engineering unit balloon designed and built by Maxime de Jong at Thin Red Line Aerospace, and Maxime is here as well. And I've also picked some pictures from his laboratory, or his lab in Chilliwack, British Columbia, and he's come all the way here to share the balloon with you. So I hope you'll come by and we can tell you a lot more about the balloon. Now, just like every explorer here, whether you're hiking up a mountain or you're going to the deep sea, you have to prepare, right? You can't just kind of go and do the big mission. And we have like 10 to 100 steps to get ready to go to Venus with a complex mission. And so this summer, we had a really exciting exploration. On the left, you can see a weather balloon. And this is an Amateur Society weather balloon, New England Amateur Society. Look how it launched. It's carrying a payload. It's actually a styrofoam cooler. And in that cooler, there's miniature sensors, actually, that are sensing temperature, pressure, humidity. On our mission to Venus, we want to replace it with very modernized, complex sensors that can find these complex molecules. What you're seeing on the right is a picture we took from our balloon with a GoPro. It's all very low tech. And what it is near 70,000 feet. So the balloon is filled with hydrogen, and it expands to match the pressure. And if it keeps expanding, what's going to happen? You want it to pop eventually. And what came out of that balloon, you can kind of see it in the video that's scrolling. Do you see a little tiny orange dot there? That's this. What is this? This is actually a parachute that my master's student, Claire Buffington, designed. She actually laser cut the polyester and sewed it together on a sewing machine. And the goal, usually the amateurs, they just buy the parachute and the balloon, and they put their experiment in the payload. But she made this, and after the balloon popped, it's sort of falling, and eventually it deploys. And this is also a scale model that could go to balloon, could go to Venus, slow down the balloon, slow down a different payload. And so it's really cool. We have flags that you take to the mountain. Well, this is like our flag that went to 70,000 feet. So there's a lot of field sites we go to. We've been to Hawaii with our first instrument going to Venus in 2026 to test it. This is Indonesia, to test it not on the clouds of Venus, but on other types of sulfuric clouds. This is a lake in Indonesia. I just wanted you to enjoy the beauty of these extreme environments and to use your imagination. This is an artist's conception, just about where we can go next, not only in exploring Venus, but in exploring our beautiful planet that we call home. So please stop by our booth. You can meet the team that's out here. Jared is a member of the Explorers Club. Maxim is here from the balloon, and myself. And I just want to thank you for being a part of our journey to Venus. Thank you.
It's always good to bring show and tell items, right? When she was back there, she was bringing this to me, and I thought, I hope this isn't an outfit change, where someone's saying, how do I look in this? You look great. You may have heard us talk about the Explorers Club 50 earlier today, but I just wanted to give a little more of a punctuation to what it is. So the Explorers Club 50, our tagline is 50 people who are changing the world that the world needs to know about. And part of the mission of the Explorers Club is to really represent a global community, really have a true fabric of that. And so many of us, when we go traveling, you'll go, I met the most amazing, fill in the blank, and that's usually where it left. So every year, our members nominate hundreds of people who are extraordinary people for this award. So our next speaker is an EC50 honoree, and we're also going to take the altitude down, and we're going to bring you down to Nigeria, we're bringing you to Protecting Pangolins in the Giants of Africa. Please welcome Charles Emogor.
Scale is perhaps the most important word in conservation science. So it describes the different levels of biological organizations from ecosystem, community, population, and individual, as well as temporal and spatial phenomena over time. It also underpins the species-era relationship, which is one of the oldest and perhaps widely observed pattern in conservation that suggests that the number of species increases as area increases. It's pretty basic, but due to limited funding in conservation, inferences are always and sometimes applied across various scales. This might make sense in certain cases, but it definitely creates a problem, a huge problem, one which we will call the problem of scale. Although my PhD looked at a different kind of scale, the keratinous, ammo-like structures that make pangolin the world's most trafficked wild mammal, by the end of my doctorate, I realized that the scale problem is fundamental to understanding and addressing the drivers of African pangolin exploitation. And if you're wondering what pangolins are, let's take a deep dive. Well, think of pangolins as a cross between a Komodo dragon and a pineapple, or a pine cone, or a cactus, or an artichoke, or simply as a breeding ball. And that's because pangolins, when they're scared, they roll up in a ball, which makes them very vulnerable. Jokes aside, pangolins are incredibly unique. These are the only mammals on the planet with scales. Evolved around 80 million years ago, so we would have had ancestors of pangolins on the planet when we had dinosaurs. There are 8 species of pangolins in the world, 4 in Africa and 4 in Asia. And they're all endangered. That means pretty much, if the same level of threat continues, they might get extinct in a few decades. Everywhere they exist, it's illegal to exploit them. So kill, consume, or trade in pangolins. And thanks to a convention called CITES, it's illegal for you and I, and indeed anyone else on the planet, to commercially trade pangolins across international boundaries. We don't know how many pangolins are left in the wild. It's notoriously difficult to study them because of how cryptic they are and how, the low numbers. But anecdotal evidence suggests that pangolins in Africa are better off in terms of numbers than those in Asia. And this has been attributed to some parts of Asia use of pangolin scales for traditional medicine, especially in China, where pangolins are said to cure everything from increasing lactation to cancer to including use as an aphrodisiac. In 2021, my colleagues and I looked at the patterns of exploitation or international trade of pangolins, with Nigeria said to be in the middle of it, because pangolins are taken from Africa, largely to China, to Asia through Nigeria. And using data from the Nigeria Customs Service and publicly available data, we estimated that within a decade, about 2010 to 2021, at least 190,000 kilograms of scales would have been trafficked from or through Nigeria. And this volume of scales would have come from at least 800,000 African pangolins. And you can imagine this is an underestimate, because this is Seager data, estimated to be around 3 to 20% of the overall trade. This one-ton, large volume of trafficking of scales from Africa to Asia has sparked this widespread assumption across the media, the public, pangolin stakeholders, including researchers, that pangolin trafficking, exploitation, especially in Africa, is driven mainly by demand for scales used for traditional medicine in parts of Asia. And this kind of made sense to me about 8 years ago when I because about 8 years ago when I first saw my pangolin, first pangolin specimen, I saw pangolin scales that appeared to be on sale in a wild meat market. And this was after about a decade of being a pangolin enthusiast. Growing up in a community in Southeast Nigeria, I badly wanted to see pangolins after seeing them on television, and they looked so different from every other thing I had seen around my forest home. But one thing I also learned around this time was that pangolins, potentially, as other animals in the landscape, are consumed for food. And this practice is widespread across Central and Western Africa. And so I never really appreciated the widespread conclusion that was going on, and I wanted to investigate further. And the fundamental question I asked in the last 4 years, why are African pangolins killed? And the answers to these are really important because it helps us understand what kinds of interventions we should be implementing, and actually the scale at which we should be implementing them. Well, answering this question required me to chat to the people who actually kill and trade in pangolins, and you would imagine the hunters and the vendors. Thankfully, I had already gotten built a good relationship with hunters and vendors in the landscape, thanks to my work trying to track pangolins in the forest, which failed miserably. I look back now and then I know why. But this really helped me build relationship with the hunters and the vendors. And just recently, my colleagues and I have found about 3 or 4 lines of evidence suggesting that pangolin exploitation in Southeast Nigeria, and possibly in other parts of Central and Western Africa, is indeed driven more by demand for meat that's consumed locally than it is by demand for scales traded internationally. Well, the first thing, when we asked about 500 of the 800 participants, 500 of them were hunters, why would you kill pangolins in the last 3 years? The answers was quite staggering. About 97% of the time, they had caught pangolins either to eat at home or to sell. And use of scales was a really minimal contributor to why they had caught pangolins. And in terms of how they caught pangolins, we also discovered that 97% of the time was attributed to either general hunting or opportunistic capture. So you and I just going out on our day and we see, the pangolin rolled up as a ball and we just put it in the pocket. A whopping 70% of scales that are extracted from pangolins in this landscape are actually discarded. Only 30% are sold. 30% is still a lot because we estimated about 21,000 pangolins killed annually in this landscape. But compared to the widespread narrative, this actually shows otherwise. And then they say follow the money. We tried to do similar stuff. And when we looked at the price of pangolin meat and scale over time, it was evident that pangolin scales were at least 3 or 4 times lower across time than pangolin meat. And what was really reassuring from this data was the expected dip you would see during COVID because demand had dropped for both commodities. Now recall that I initially said a lot of the pangolins were eaten by the hunters themselves. We were curious why this was the case, because you would imagine hunting in the landscape is, yes, largely for food, but also for income. And all the wild animals caught are also traded. Why is pangolin different? And so we surveyed another 600 people across different groups, hunters, consumers, and vendors. And what we found was staggering. So pangolin palatability, which is the taste of, the taste of flavor or the texture of meat, was said to be highest across 96 other meats consumed in the landscape. And that's the dark purple you see there. And only rivaled by African brush-tailed porcupine. Pangolin meat, the palatability of pangolin meat potentially explains why pangolins are indeed eaten and not sold, and adds to the overall story of why pangolins are seen as a delicacy. Pangolin exploitation being driven by demand for meat, largely than it is for scale. may be a cross-river Nigeria story, but it may also be a Central and West Africa story. We don't know that. We didn't really do the study across these landscapes, these regions. But we suspect that's the case, at least in forest areas where wild animals are eaten for meat. 3 reasons. The first is, when you look at the proportion that pangolins make in the overall hunter's catch, it was 2% in our landscape, and it's pretty similar, 2% in 6 other countries across the regions, hundreds of communities, based on already published data. There's also evidence from other parts of the region suggesting that pangolin meat is considered highly palatable. We also saw similar evidence in our landscape. And lastly, pangolin meat scales, a kilogram of pangolin scales in cross-river Nigeria would cost around $13. And it's the same value in large parts of Central and Western Africa. And in contrast, a kilogram of pangolin scales would cost about at least $1,000 in China. So huge disparity. This widespread assumption is largely driven by the huge volumes of scales that's been seen, trafficked from Africa to China, which kind of makes sense. But I think the overgeneralization is a problem, and one that ignores obviously the spatial scale between both places, but also the cultural and socioeconomic differences between China, for example, and Nigeria on the other hand. And this has really impacted how conservation is done, especially pangolin conservation. There's a lot of effort being put into stopping the traffickers, which I think is great. A lot of effort being put into reducing demand, which I also think is great, but not as much effort trying to stop pangolin hunting in the first place, excluding the general protection that happens in national parks. I think we need to be doing more to protect pangolins and working with local community, especially in a food system nexus. This is pretty bad science with an N of 1, which is myself, but I think that we need to increase local community representation in conservation science to improve and actually increase and mainstream local scale studies and local perspectives. Global perspectives are definitely likely going to overshadow local perspectives, but local perspectives, as we know, they differ, people differ, biological systems differ, and without having locals on the ground, we might miss the mark. And I also think without me being local to this landscape, I would have, this would not have come out, because working with the hunters was quite tricky. I needed to establish trust. It wasn't a project I started with. I got into it after my initial project failed, but I already built a relationship with the hunters which allowed me to do that. And now you might be wondering, what have you been doing since you came up with this discovery? Actually, we started a while ago because we kind of thought that was the case anyway. And so about 3 years or 4 years now, we've been distributing thousands of notebooks and workbooks and T-shirts to communities, people in schools, and holding film viewings of pangolins to try to raise awareness. And we actually recently conducted a randomized controlled trial study that showed that our intervention actually led to a 30% increase in the knowledge amongst children, but not amongst adults, which was rather interesting. We also have a Pango gallery that you can be a part of. If you can make art, it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a Komodo dragon, a pineapple, please bring it. We have a few of them. On the Pango gallery, so that's on pangolino.org. This is an ant pangolin, a pangolin eating an ant because pangolins feed on only ants and termites. Pineapple pangolin, cake pangolin, Christmas pangolin, money pangolin, and rainbow pangolin. We definitely need to be working with the hunters on the ground, the people whose perspectives and actions really matter if we have to save pangolins. And we've been trying to do that for a couple of years now. And that involves working with communities to, largely the hunters, to develop bylaws that would prohibit the hunting of pangolins in exchange for community-wide benefit, including electricity or clean water or scholarships. And the idea is that they get this in return, but we evaluate how the intervention the impact of the intervention. And we're doing this in 2 ways. One, we've been monitoring some markets where wild animal meat is sold around the intervention communities, and we also have a control market in the region. And just a couple of months ago, we completed a study, a data collection campaign in these communities that tracks what the meat that the different households are eating, which we hope to compare with a different timestamp, and we also have a control for that. Speaking about meat that's been eaten, I would like to point out that the palatability study did not involve providing meat samples to the respondents. We just asked them, if you had eaten this before, what do you think of it? Lastly, my team and I have been trying to spread the word out, this local perspective that we have uncovered, and we're hoping to get more people involved in understanding the differences. And so we will be watching a little teaser from an upcoming documentary, hopefully. So if you love pangolins and you know how to get a documentary on the big screen, please come talk to me after this. Thank you very much. Thanks very much.
Very good job. That was amazing. And as I said, I'm always amazed when you travel around the world how you meet brilliant people just doing such exemplary work. And all of us should be ambassadors to find those people and bring them into our fold. So thank you very much, Charles. That was really great. Earlier we heard about shipwrecks, and we talked about challenges. And I've always liked this quote that the mark of a great explorer is someone who's able to adapt to a changing environment. Well, imagine that that environment is not the weather or your vehicle, it's your body and your mind. Our next speaker, Hari Budha Magar, is the first double amputee above the knee to summit Everest. He faced challenges not only physically, but mentally. His motto is, no legs, no limits, and we have a short little clip to show. Please give a warm welcome to Harry Budha Magar.
Good morning, Ottawa. It's amazing to be here, and thank you so much. It's my first time in Ottawa, but not the first time in Canada. I kayaked 465 miles in the Yukon River, so great to be back. Where shall we start? Let's start from, I think, imagining something. Can you imagine that you are doing something you love to do, but suddenly, in the blink of an eye, you lost your both legs and sustained other multiple injuries? That's what happened to me. I thought my life was completely finished. I couldn't climb on my wheelchair from the floor. I couldn't go to toilet myself. I couldn't go to bedroom upstairs. I couldn't even come in and outside my house. But now, I realized is the limitation is not in our body. The limitation is in our mind. If we can run, we will run. If we can't run, we will walk. If we can't walk, we will crawl. If we can't crawl, we will roll. Even if we can't roll, we'll use our mind, adopt something, or invent something, and reach to our destination, or achieve our goals, or conquer our dreams. And that is the mindset and the principle I use to climb some of the highest mountains in the world. And these are the mountains that I have climbed so far. I also climbed some other mountains, but I climbed Mount Everest in Asia. I have climbed Denali, which is last year, tallest mountain in North America. I climbed Aconcagua just earlier this year, which is tallest mountain in South America. I also climbed Kilimanjaro and Mont Blanc. And I have climbed 5 highest mountains in the 5 continents so far. But this is not Thank you. But this is not how my story started. I grew up in a remote village in the western part of Nepal. I was born in Kauset, went to barefoot to school about 45 minutes each way. I didn't have any pen and paper, so I learned how to write on a wooden plank with a chalk stone. I failed twice before high school in class 8 and class 10. And I failed in English in class 10. Sadly, I have to speak in English now. But I still became the first person to pass high school from my village. I was forced to marry at age of 11, and I grew up in civil war, which lasted for 10 years, and more than 17,000 people were killed. Many more are still missing. And at age of 19, in middle of that civil war, I fled and joined the Brigade of Gurkhas. If you don't know about Gurkhas, Gurkhas are simply men from Nepal, work for the United Kingdom over 210 years. So we are serving for the United Kingdom over 2 centuries. And coming to the UK, which is a completely different planet for me. Very simply just eating sandwich, McDonald's, sausages, baked beans. Still, I hate it. But Gurkhas, I think, we are very adaptable and learn things. I think this is why United Kingdom is keeping us for over 2 centuries. I think wherever they throw us at, I think we still can survive and do the decent job. As a part of my service, I went, served 5 continents around the world. I had a great military career, but sometimes life doesn't go always as a plan. Sometimes it takes completely opposite turn than we expected. So I was deployed in Afghanistan in 2010, and on 17th April 2010, I stepped on IED and lost both of my legs above the knee, and also sustained multiple injuries. After my injury, the biggest thing was I lost my confidence. I didn't know what I could do. I grew up in Nepal, where disabled people were not looked after very well. And I thought that my life is finished. I'll sit on a wheelchair, locked in one of the rooms for the rest of my life. And that's what I thought. I thought that I was a burden for my family, I'm burden for my community, and I'm burden for this earth. No point living it. I tried to take my life. I was diagnosed PTSD and had a treatment. And I was turned alcoholic at one point. I was drinking so much. If I didn't drink, my hands were shaky. And one day I drank quite a lot. And when I woke up next day, I felt very guilty. And I realized that if I was drinking that way, I will die soon. If I die, it's the end of my story. But my family has to leave the negative legacy from me. So I didn't want to do that. My son was just 2.5 years old, looking at his face. I couldn't take my life. So one day, I decided I didn't know what I could do, but I will live my life for my family. Then the first thing I did was skydiving. Because I was in half suicidal mode. Half of my body is gone. If another half goes, end of my story. But also, even I was in the army, I never did a parachute jump. So I wanted to experience that. And we went 15,000 feet in the sky. I did a tandem. My instructor was at the back. And we looked down, and I scared. And I realized that even you want to die, still you scare. Then the Gurkha's motto is, it's better to die than being a coward. So I'm a Gurkha, I can't be a coward. I can't let down my regiment's name. So I close my eyes and just jump down. When we landed safely on the ground, I realized that, even you don't have legs, you can still do something. And then at that time, I didn't know how powerful is the mind, but I wanted to find out that what can I physically do after losing my both legs. And I tried to do all the sports and adventure that I could hold on. And I tried pretty much all the Paralympics sports that actually exist. So some of them you can see in the pictures. And one of the picture, me doing curling, that was in Vancouver in 2012. And I was absolutely rubbish of it. But I was pretty good in other things, so I never touched the golf club, and I represented GB team and played Simpson Cup in New York. I was one of the first amputee to kayak around Isle of Wight. So I did quite lots of kayaking and some other bits, and which is, this is how I got my confidence back. This is one of the pictures, is me skiing in 2001, and in the middle, that is me in 2013. So what is different? The different thing is doing different way. You know, I can go same route. I actually go faster than I used to go. I have same fun. So I realized that if we can adapt our life according to the time, situation, and our abilities, we can make anything is possible. And one of that picture is me, when I had the legs, I couldn't do handstand. You know, but I can do it now. Being disabled is not everything bad. You know, I'm 3 inches taller than I was. It's more coming. My shoe size is 1 size bigger. And my socks didn't stink. As I got more as well. But I will tell you next time. I never tried Paralympic sports because I was busy on a mountain. But I won some of the medals. So I won gold medal in archery and bronze medal in wheelchair table tennis in Endeavor Games in Oklahoma. And also, I also in Vancouver, I tried sledge hockey, and I was absolutely rubbish with that as well. So whenever I was doing those sports and adventure and gained my confidence back and looking at the snow-capped mountains, that is the time that I was thinking Everest. So, you know, on Everest, there is nothing. It's ice, snow, rock, you know, it's cold, it's dangerous. Why people go on a mountain? In 2023, it was a record highest number of permits were issued, which is 478 permits, and every individual guys went there for their own reason. But I went there to not making a record, but making awareness of disability. Because after my injury, I wasted nearly 2 years of my time because I wasn't aware of disability. If I was aware, I could just pick up my life and move forward, and I would be possibly in a different place. So I want to make awareness of disability to the persons with disability so that they can believe that they can do something. Secondly, the people, there are 1.3 billion disabled people around the world, and 4 of my family members are affected by me. If you look at that, and about half of all population is affected by disability. And people who look after us, support us, whether family, friends, community, government, but also that those are the, you know, people around us that discriminate us as well sometimes. And I want to make them aware and change the perception. But also, hopefully that my climb will inspire other people to climb their own mountains, whatever that is. And I want to make proud to everybody that who involved in my life, from my parents, from my teachers, my army colleagues who saved my life, to the old doctor and nurses that who saved my life and make a stand on my prosthetic legs so I can do whatever I want right now. But how it is possible? And I was thinking about human revolutions, and it's amazing to hear the stories earlier as well, that there was things called impossible, and we human went and challenged it and made it many, many things possible. You know, we couldn't run fast enough to explore around the world, so what we did? we design things that can take us faster in the land, in the sea, in the sky. Now we can go to another planet. If that is the case, then me without legs, standing on top of the Everest should be possible. Principally, I always believe that. But what we need to do if something is never done it before? And I was thinking we need to think differently, work harder than other people, and take slightly more risk. But there was a lot of challenges. There was no legs for double above knee amputee to climb a mountain. So we designed it. I can't just go buy kits in the shop and go and climb it. We have to adapt pretty much everything. I'm 3 times slower than normal people, and they take 3 times more, burn 3 times more energy. So we need to keep that in account and design the kit and equipment accordingly, and also, put everything into account. I was supposed to climb Everest in 2023, but Nepal government brought new rules banning double amputees and visually impaired. So we tried diplomatic means, it didn't work. We went to United Nations in Geneva. Sadly, United Nations can't force the countries to apply the, whatever decision they made. So we had no choice other than going to Supreme Court in Nepal and fight the case and overturn it even before I went to climb Everest. Thank you. And I think that's the bigger than Everest. And also, I didn't have the money. I told you about my background. I did nothing about raising the fund. And nobody believed me initially. And I had some compensation money when I lost my legs. I used that when I started climbing a few mountains. And slowly, my friends and family started helping me. Charities, communities helped me. And later, corporate come, and we raised all the funds that we needed. And for me, just going to climb Everest or any mountain, every step is a struggle. It's like a torturous journey for me. But I do it because I think in the long term, it will help me, but also it will help other people as well. In the Army, we have a principle called momentum. And if I don't give up, I keep going, sooner or later, I'm going to reach to my destination. And that's the principle I used and kept it going, how slow I was. And on a summit day, it took 25 hours, 10 minutes. Just kept it going. We ran out of oxygen. Some of our team members left us. But on 19th May 2023, at 3:15, we summited the Everest. Thank you. And 17 people died in that year. Only 52% made it to the summit. And some people died even they were coming down. And it was first time ever permit was issued to double above knee amputee and attempted and made it to the top. And have we changed the perception? I think we did slightly. The government who banned me climbing Everest, tourism minister was waiting me at the airport half an hour to just congratulate me with more than 100 cameras. And also Prime Minister called me in his office and congratulated me. But I think that's not going to be enough. So now I dedicated my life to making awareness of disability till I die. I went to Afghanistan to fight until the end of my breath, and I will be making awareness of disability, whatever that's climbing or whatever that means that I will be doing. So what is next for me? So it's 7 summits, which is highest mountain in 7 continents. But before that, I have to climb Money Mountain and complete that summit. And also I'm working on my Everest documentary and my book as well. So if there's anyone here who could support me, my aim is very simple. I want to make awareness of disability, send a positive message around the world, give some hope and optimism to the people. Thank you, because I think our purpose is higher than Mount Everest, and our dreams are bigger than universe, and life is all about adaptation, and nothing is impossible. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow. You know, I mean, there really is something to be said about the human spirit, and it reminds me of this cartoon I saw, and it said, just when you thought there was no hope, and it showed a lobster in a fish tank on the Titanic. I knew some people would take a moment to get that one right. So, anybody here, can they tell the future? Well, I actually do have somebody who does. And we're lucky to have the curator from the Dubai Future Forum with us, Iman Al-Qaidi. Iman, where are you standing or sitting? She's back there. And so, it's exciting. The Explorers Club will be participating at the Dubai Future Forum on November 18th and 19th. And this is really represents the best and the brightest around the world, really talking about future and optimism. So please check that out. It is lunchtime. Wow. I feel like I've gone around the world a little and out into space. So we're going to break for lunch. And please return to the theater at 1:45, so an hour and 45 minutes. And thank you all for the enthusiasm here. It's been, you know, really a wonderful audience. When everybody comes off stage, they feel so touched by all of you. So thank you. I think that first video frightened me a little. Everybody looked so darn serious at that GLEX, and this crowd does not seem as a serious crowd, but seems a lot more joyful. So I had a teacher once who used to say, "So class, what have we learned?" Well, what I learned today is that explorers are social people, and that I was just so enjoying all the conversations, and you sort of wonder what will come out of these. Our past president, Richard Garrett, used to say that more expeditions were hatched out of the bar of the Explorers Club than probably any other place in the world. Okay, our next speaker is the CEO of the Nekton Mission. They're attempting to discover ocean life and empower marine conservation. Now, their mission statement is, to understand life and sustain it, we must discover it first. Please welcome Oliver Steeds.
In March earlier this year, we, Ocean Census, were on expedition in the Southern Ocean, down near the South Sandwich Islands. We were on board with our partners, the Schmidt Ocean Institute, on their vessel, the Falkor 2. And down to about 600 meters, the remotely operated vehicle, the ROV, was on its way down to the seabed, and this is what we saw. At the time, the scientists in the control room didn't know what it was. Fortunately, it was being live streamed. And the Squid Squad, a group of taxonomists, were watching the live feed, and they wanted to have another look at it. And what they found were on the 8 arms, about midway up, were hooks. And so we're able to identify this as a colossal squid. And this was the first time that a colossal squid has ever been filmed. It was first identified back in 1925, probably hooked on by a fisherman, but took another 100 years until we're actually able to film it in the wild. And these animals grow from this juvenile. They start to lose their translucent color, and they grow to about 500 kilograms in weight and 7 meters long. And as we saw earlier with some examples of things, which we do, I've been lucky enough not actually to bring you a colossal squid, but just show you some footage of what we found. By all accounts, this expedition was a classic. We were dodging icebergs and storms. There was a massive seabed earthquake where we were there. We were finding the thin lines, I suppose, which are needed to chart a path between diplomacy so we could actually operate there. So why on earth do we go to so much trouble to try to discover ocean life? Well, let's start with the stars. And when we go to space, there's been about 700 people or so who have gone that 100 kilometers up and crossed the Kármán line, up into outer space, into the fragility of existence up there, the vacuum, the radiation, the fluctuating temperatures, and the debris. And when people are up there, who are lucky enough to look back on Earth, like these astronauts when they were on the moon, they are struck by something. They're struck by the fragility of Earth, and they are motivated with an urgency to want to protect it. But if we go the other way, and we break the surface of the sea, which is like the mirror to the sky, and we leave our atmosphere, whether we're going in submersibles and habitats, or with divers, or just simply putting goggles on your head and taking a deep breath, we enter this liquid, three-dimensional universe, which is the ocean. And we experience something very different. We don't experience the fragility of life. We experience the wonder of life, the beauty of life, the diversity of life, the possibility of life. And with that comes a different effect. Not an overview effect, but perhaps it is an inner view effect. And this inner view effect is anchored to our three-dimensional liquid universe, which is our ocean, our planet ocean. And there is something extraordinary about our ocean. And I think that was wonderfully captivated by Brian Cox, who we're going to hear from a little bit later, when he said that as things currently stand in the known universe, Earth is the only place where there is complex life, complex biology. And in many ways, it must be our planet's superpower. So how on earth did we get here? Well, a quick recap. About 4 billion years ago, life started evolving in the ocean. took 3 billion years to go from a single-celled organism to multicellular. And so about 1 billion years ago, life started evolving into multicellular organisms and then onto land. About 500 million years ago, animals started to appearing. 400 million years ago, we had a common ancestor, a fish. In fact, it was a ticklet fish with little feet. And we have that ticklet fish to thank for why we have hands, why we still hiccup, and why our blood has the same level of salinity as the ocean. And also, when we were embryos, why we still have gills. So we all have an inner fish. And I think that inner fish is somewhat anchored to this inner view. And JFK said it far more eloquently. He said, from when we return to the ocean, we are returning from whence we came, from these aquatic origins, back to our ocean. Now, our ocean is in constant change. Just 10 to 20,000 years ago, our ocean, the sea level rose after the Ice Age by about 120 meters. And on our expeditions in places like Seychelles and the Maldives, when we descend in submersibles, we can see that old beach line 120 meters below the surface. Just a reminder of where we are today. But over the last few billion years, we've had 5 major extinction events. We're now in the 6th extinction event, of course, the Anthropocene. So what is left of this, of our complex biology is 4 billion years of our evolutionary heritage. And yet, the rate of extinction that we now face is estimated to be about 1,000 times the natural rate. But the reality of that is we don't actually know. It's a range from about 100 to maybe 10,000 times the natural rate of extinction. But this is what we have left. It's our planet's superpower, I believe. And it's these complex biological, chemical, and genetic properties and interactions which make all life on Earth possible for us. So if we break that down into the tree of life, into the classification, we have 6 kingdoms. One of those kingdoms is animals. And within the animal kingdom, there are 34 phyla that are known. 33 are found in the ocean, and 12 are found on land. So there is a little bit of a crossover. And what we've seen is that there's likely more species on land, largely thanks to our insect friends, who are very good at speciation. But we have far greater diversity in our ocean. And it's that strength and difference. It's those biological, chemical, and genetic properties and interactions that gives us our superpower, that makes all life on Earth possible. So of this life, you're seeing some of it now, like this extraordinary Dumbo octopus, or these siphonophores that look like flying spaghetti monsters. We have sharks which have lineages which go back to before dinosaurs. We have living corals which are older than our pyramids. We have cone snails which secrete iron. There are other cone snails that hold a painkiller that's 1,000 times more powerful than morphine, and apparently non-addictive, although I'm not sure how they work that one out. We have sponges which can be used to treat our cancers. There's seaweed from which we can make our biomaterials. And there's zebrafish that secrete UV protection, like sunscreen, to stop them getting sunburnt. These are extraordinary animals. But this is just a fraction of what we actually know about. So far, we've discovered about 240,000, 250,000 species within our planet's ocean. No more than 10%. The rest of it, we know it's there. It's just called dark taxa. We know it's there, but we do not know what they are, and we do not know how they support and sustain all life on Earth. So at the moment, we feel we face a pretty significant planetary blind spot, because taxonomists are now an endangered species. Taxonomy, the ability to describe and identify new life, is one of the least funded areas of marine science. Marine science is one of the least funded sciences on our planet. To make matters worse, of course, we have the 3 horsemen of the planetary apocalypse, which seem to be riding over the hill with increasing pace, of climate destabilization, of biodiversity destruction, and pollution that's driving these our extinction events. So it's times like these where we need perspective, which is where the overview and the inner view can perhaps start to help us. Now, the overview is just an overview. It tells us that we need to protect the planet. What the inner view gives us is the opportunity of hope, the opportunity, the possibility of discovery, and what comes with that. So hopefully now you've got a little bit of a sense of why we're going to all this trouble to try and discover ocean life as quick as we can. So back to our expeditions, if we can cue up that film. Thank you. So in the last 20 months or so, we've been undertaking expeditions across the global ocean, not as a single voyage, but as a network of voyages, working in partnership with Schmidt Ocean Institute, as you've seen, philanthropic and national marine research institutes from the Arctic to the Southern Oceans, from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific and the Atlantic. Using submersibles, using remotely operated vehicles, using divers and technical divers to explore and to discover new species around the world. We've discovered life from 1 meter down to about 5,000 so far. We found new species of sharks, new species of corals, sponges, barnacles. On and on the list goes, and you're seeing some of them being pulled up. This is from the expedition in the Bounty Trough, which I will show you in a moment. And in the last 20 months, we've started to look at how taxonomy is undertaken to start to harness the revolutions of technological revolutions in digital imaging and high-resolution imaging and sequencing, and we're starting now to look at machine learning to see how we can harness that to accelerate species discovery. And in these first few months, we've already increased the global annual discovery rate of ocean life by 38%. In the next 12 months, we'll increase it by 100%. That exponential curve is starting to appear, which is where we need it to be. I'd like to give you a quick glimpse of some of those species that we found, some of the more unlikely ones. The first is obviously quite a famous one. Everyone says, can you find new sharks? Well, you can. We found lots of them. This is the guitar shark, which was found in Tanzania. They live at depths down to about 200 meters. And obviously, it looks like a guitar, which is why someone has generously named it a guitar shark. But it actually has many similar properties of both sharks and rays. So sometimes they are also called guitar rays as well as guitar sharks. But this is the 38th of its species ever found, and the vast majority of its cousins are on the IUCN watch list, so they are endangered. So once we know it exists, we're in a far better place to be able to protect it. This is a sponge, or death ball, as it's commonly referred to by scientists. And these sponges are extraordinary. It's their bioactive compounds, which are being utilized in different ways in medicinal science and used to fight diseases like cancers and cystic fibrosis and HIV/AIDS. This one was found on our expedition in the South Sandwich Islands with the Schmidt Ocean Institute down at depths of 3,600 meters. They're incredible animals. This one, a limpet, another unassuming little organism to share with you. What I find incredible about limpets, who are one of my favorite animals, as you're probably gathering, is their teeth. And within their teeth, they have the strongest known biological material on Earth. Makes sense, really, because they're good at hanging on to stuff. And this one in particular, which was found on a hydrothermal vent system, the Jotun vent system, in the Greenland-Norwegian Sea at depths of over 3,000 meters. This little cutie is a pygmy pipe horse. They are masters of camouflage, the first genus of its kind found in Africa. And similar to what we heard about the sharks, these two are very endangered species as well. And the vast majority of pipe horses and pygmy pipe horses are also on the IUCN watch list. So again, now we know it's there. We can help to use this baseline data, this new knowledge, to help inform its protection. And now on to the squat lobster. These beauties are cousins of the hairy crab. And this was found on expeditions, again with the Schmidt Ocean Institute, on the unexplored seamounts of the Salas, Igomez, and Nazca ridges in the southern-eastern part of the Pacific, down at 400 meters. Now, 400 meters. And on this expedition, we found over 150 new species, and that data is now being used to help inform the protection of these areas, which is being led by Chile. So new marine protected areas, both in their territorial waters, but also in the high seas, with the soon, hopefully to be ratified, treaty for the high seas, the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty, the BBNJ Treaty. It's data like this, it's discoveries of ocean life which can galvanize public and political action to help support these areas to be protected. Another unassuming little beastie, this is a mollusk that we found on our first expedition, Micronesia, which is an area which stretches from the Azores through the Canary Islands down to Cape Verde. And in the heart of them is the Canary Islands, which is where we undertook this expedition. Now, the Canary Islands had a lot of biological research done, which is why we went there first, just to see how much had been missed. This is one of the species that we found. And what is incredible about this one is that from the moment of collection to when it was published as a new species took 48 hours. And on average, a species takes from collection to publication 13 and a half years currently. We discover ocean life at the same rate as we did back in the 1800s. And in part, that's of course due to the systems and the approaches we are taking with taxonomy and species identification, but also because our taxonomists are endangered species. So this little mollusk shows us what is possible and how we can swim against the current, which is the spirit of Necton. And finally, this wonderful animal, the barnacle. Now, this was found in New Zealand in the Bounty Trough, one of about 250 new species that we found in this area. And again, that data is being used and shared with the government of New Zealand to help inform the protection of this wonderful area. And this barnacle is a particular interest, I hope, for those who are interested in penises, because for those who are interested in penises, barnacles have the largest body-to-penis ratio of any animal on Earth. And as you can imagine, there's quite a dispute going on about what we should name it. I've thrown in the name Long Dong, but obviously referring to the Mandarin, Long meaning dragon and Dong meaning east, so it is the dragon of the east. That is obviously the origins of the species itself. Anyway, that just gives you hopefully a little bit of snapshot, and please don't be too distracted by the penis gags. Moving on, the next film, please. So what we're seeing with the discovery of ocean life is that we are privileged to be making first contact with all sorts of new species. Every time we find something new, it very well could be first contact. And that is, in many ways, an expression, a harnessing of the inner view. Because if we can harness the inner view, it's that the inner view can give us optimism, it can give us hope, it can give us a sense of what is possible. Because if we want to sustain and advance life on Earth, we must first discover it. And so we have the opportunity in harnessing these new technologies of 3D imaging and high-resolution imaging and sequencing and machine learning to radically accelerate our knowledge of ocean life. And we know it's a planetary blind spot, but if we can accelerate our knowledge of life in our ocean, we can accelerate our knowledge of life on Earth. We can transform our knowledge of life on Earth. And there's never been a better nor more important time for us to harness the inner view, to find our inner fish, and to find new ways to discover ocean life. And if we can discover ocean life, yes, it can help transform our understanding and knowledge of life on Earth, but it can help advance fundamental science, it can empower conservation, and it can fuel our innovations. So my plea to you all is to find your inner fish, to try and harness the inner view in whatever it may be in your walk of life, that opportunity that comes from the possibilities of discovery, and drive and continue with the exploration of our wonderful planet so we can protect it, but so we can advance our scientific understanding of life on Earth. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and in Cod we trust.
It's kind of hard to undo this now, right?
Thank you.
Well, there are certain things that are impossible to unhear. And just saying during that time period in which he mentioned the largest body-to-penis ratio, I actually had 3 members text me, and volunteered their names to me. I don't know if that says anything about the ego of explorers, but one of them was a woman. You know, okay, moving along. So what have we learned? That, you know, all of these talks have really so rooted in one thing, storytelling, right? You know, the whole idea, how do we get the message out on anything we do? And it's really about effective storytelling. And I think ever since humans climbed out of trees or out of caves, my relatives a little later than most, people have told stories. It's that you'll never guess what I saw, you'll never guess what happened to me. And so while people might not necessarily tell a story over a fire anymore, it's really become into the realm of filmmakers. Our next storyteller is Gunjan Menon. She's from India, and she's using the power of her filmmaking and storytelling to make a difference. Please welcome Gunjan.
How many of you have been to India? Okay, quite a few. But I hope that by the end of these 15 minutes, I'm able to change some of those perceptions you might have about India. So let me start with a story. Ek baar ki baat hai. Once upon a time. When I was little, my mom used to tell me folk tales about animals, about clever foxes, brave mongoose, and the mighty tiger. But I hated the endings, because somehow the fox always ended up dead, mongoose was beaten to death, and the lion drowned in a well. And I used to tell her, Mama, change the ending. So every night she would rewrite the endings just so animals and people could live in peace. I didn't know it then, but that's what I've ended up and I've been trying to do all my life. Hello, everyone. My name is Gunjan Menon, and I've been making documentaries for the past 12 years that are about the relationship between people and nature. And I make films to change hearts and minds, and I've discovered that films have the power to go beyond awareness and lead to real, tangible change. When I live in Vancouver now, but when I grew up in Delhi's concrete jungle, dreaming about being in real jungles. I wanted to be among animals, I wanted to be an animal, anything that would take me closer to the natural world from my books. And my parents thought that the animal obsession was a phase, but as I grew older, things started getting a bit stranger. Once, I smuggled a live bat to school in a shoebox because I was trying to rescue it from some kids who were trying to throw stones and attack it. They were calling it an evil spirit. And I took it home, and my grandmom said, it's a bad omen. Bats are bad omens. Throw them away. And I didn't listen, obviously. And I instead wrote a story about the bat. And I wrote a story in my school magazine. I took a photograph and called it My Friend Jasper. And something extraordinary happened. For the first time, even my grandmom thought that it was cute. And that was my first lesson. The bat was never the problem. The myths and stories that people had grown up hearing about bats were the real culprit. So stories can transform how we see the world. And I realized that using them smartly, we can change behavior. But I had a problem. I feel too much. At one point, I had painful breakdowns due to eco-anxiety and depression because I felt too much about the things happening around me and the climate breakdown. My therapist said that my problem was that I had too much empathy. And if I could stop caring about the world, I could function like a normal human being. So So for a long time, I ended up believing that my empathy was my weakness. 9 years ago, I came across an article which talked about the devastating effects of climate change, habitat loss, and poaching on red panda population. They were declining rapidly, and these were my favorite animals. I was really disturbed by that, and I wanted to change that and tell people about the plight of red pandas. But when I shared this with my friends, they said, wait, do pandas come in red now? So I realized that I was trying to convince people to care about an animal they had never heard of. So I quickly realized that I would need something else. And then I found Menuka, a young woman from Nepal who changed my life.
मेरो नाम मेनुका भट्टराई हो र मेरो घर वरिपरि जङ्गल छ र भिर पाखा घर नजिकै एउटा खोला छ मैले 6 वर्षको हुँदादेखि मैले जङ्गल प्रवेश गरेको त्यो बेला मलाई जङ्गल जाँदा त्यस्तो चराचुरुङ्गी कराएको नि ठीक लाग्यो र अरु यसो मसिनो बोट बिरुवाहरू देख्दाखेरि सानो सानो थियो र यो हुर्केर कत्रो ठुलो हुन्छ कि यत्रै बस्छ होला जस्तो महसुस लाग्थ्यो त्यतिखेर म चाहिँ रेड पान्डा नेटवर्कको महिला फरेस्ट गार्जियन हो रेड पान्डा संरक्षण गर्नको लागि अझै पनि म एकदम लाग्छु धेरै भन्दा धेरै
Menuka and I bonded over our mutual love for red pandas, and I spent a lot of time gaining her trust. We didn't speak the same language, but we went on treks together 12,000 feet up in the Himalayas. She effortlessly hiked in flip-flops, and she laughed and giggled at my lack of fitness as a city girl. But I felt a familiar pull of empathy as I got to know her struggles, which I could relate to as a South Asian woman. And soon, she became the center of my story. By focusing the narrative on Menuka, something shifted. People who did not care about red pandas or forests in Asia suddenly now were drawn in because they cared about Menuka.
यो रेड पान्डा एकदम राम्रो छ कि हेर्दाखेरि हेरिरहनु परेको छ एकदमै माया लाग्दो छ यो रेड पान्डा मान्छेलाई रेड पान्डा मार्ने अधिकार छैन सबैभन्दा उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ जनचेतनाको कमीको कारणले गर्दाखेरि मार्छन् र यसको महत्त्व नबुझेर मार्न सक्छन् मलाई त आज यस्तो यो रेड पान्डा देख्दा यस्तो भावुक भयो कि ए भगवान् यो चाहिँ धेरै समयसम्म बाँच्नुपर्छ
After the film's release, tourists flocked to Nepal to save red pandas and contribute to ecotourism. Children raised funds for red pandas worldwide. More women joined the conservation initiative, and even Menuka's mother began to feel for her dreams. And 6-year-old Emmy from Oregon said, I want to grow up and be like Menuka. And I realized if empathy can make us feel paralyzed with pain, it can also fill us up with wonder. And when people fall in love with something, they will fight to protect it. So the same empathy that I was told to get rid of was actually my superpower. From there, I went on to make more films. There was no looking back. But I learned that making the film was just the beginning. Stories alone can't change the world. We have to guide people from awareness to action. And that's why I started my studio Beyond Premieres, to make films that matter and weave in impact from day one, so that we're not thinking about the impact after a film is made, but actually embedding impact into the very story. And this way, films don't stop at premieres. They spark movements, they shift policy, they protect ecosystems.
This is a place where I feel at home.
So nice. So 4 years ago, National Geographic Society sent me and my team on an expedition to film one of the rarest turtles on Earth. Black soft-shell turtles are found only in India and Bangladesh, and very little is known about their lives in the wild. When we filmed them in March 2021, they were still listed as extinct in the wild. But I know what you're thinking. These are no fluffy red pandas. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge trying to make people fall in love with them. But that's the point, right? If we can make people care about an animal that doesn't fit our definition of beautiful, we can make people care about every life on this planet. Next, let's go to Menon, which is a small village in Rajasthan in India. For generations, the Menarias, the people of Menon, have given up irrigation and banned hunting in their lake to protect the migratory birds that visit them every year, so that they can have peaceful wetlands. And not because of any law, but because of a promise that they made to their ancestors. We co-created the story with them, and this film went to the United Nations. We took that award back to the elders, and something magical happened. They took full ownership of the film and used the international recognition to get national recognition and support from their government. And they got government funding to develop as an ecotourism village. And just months ago, their lake was declared as a Ramsar site, which, for those of you who don't know, it's like the marine protected area, but for wetlands. So we changed the law together with just one tiny film. And now, Menon is a blueprint, a living lesson in coexistence for the next generation of Pakshi Mitras, friends of birds. And they send a clear message. Protect the lake, the birds will come. Protect the birds, and our land will thrive. The final story that I want to share with you comes from India's remotest islands. Let's zoom in a little bit on the west coast of India. Yeah, a little bit more. These are Lakshadweep, India's only coral atolls. 36 tiny islands, only 10 of which are inhabited. The rest are largely unexplored. Some of the species found here are found nowhere else on Earth. And at the center of the story is Mariam. She's an indigenous woman who is defying her orthodox society to protect her ocean. And she's racing against time to understand what's happening beneath the surface and how to save it. And you are among the first few people to see what I'm going to share here and how, because this is a story that's still unfolding.
Broken barriers as the first woman from Leakey to pursue marine biology research as a diving specialist. എന്നെ മനസ്സിലായ സഹറയ്ക്ക് ഇവിടെ അങ്ങനെ കുട്ടികളാരും പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് പെൺകുട്ടികൾ അങ്ങനെ ഈ മറൈൻ ഫീൽഡിലേക്കൊന്നും പോകാറില്ല. At the time of joining, I am very shy. Most of the boys, I am only the lady. Then after that, it's my job, no? Then I will got my fear and shyness. എലിമുള ഈ ഫസ്റ്റ് നമ്മൾ എന്താണ് കണ്ടത് അതൊക്കെയാണ് ഈ സ്വപ്നത്തിൽ വരുന്നത്.
This is an urgent story. Coral reefs that are the very foundation of these islands are bleaching and struggling to recover. The sea levels are rising, and now a new threat is looming over them. In order to protect their island, the islanders must unite and see what's beneath the surface, what's at stake, so they can protect their own islands. But they can't protect what they can't see. So a part of our impact campaign right from the beginning, of even our first schedule, is to help women and children get access to their underwater world so they can become custodians of their land. This is the most ambitious story I've ever told, and I can't tell you how the story ends because their future is still being written. In the past 12 years, from the Himalayas to British Columbia's old-growth forests, I've learned so much co-creating with communities around the world. And the lesson that keeps coming back is that people and nature were never separate. We rise and fall together. We are all interconnected, our oceans, our forests, and our futures. I once asked my ma for new endings to folktales. Back then I thought that it was about rewriting the ending. But what I know now, it's about rewriting our relationship with the natural world. And today, it's up to us, all of us, to rewrite the greatest story that's being written right now, our planet's future. Thank you.
You're so powerful. I know I'm off microphone, but what a joyous word the word empathy is, right? Yes. And so I'd like our Canadian international audience let Gunjan know what we think of empathy. So please.
Thank you so much.
It was good.
That
That was just so joyful. You know, it's so nice to see film dance and move you in such a powerful way. So I really enjoyed that. And I'm sure you all did as well. Next, I'm going to have a representative from Kensington come up here, Maddie Emberson. But before she does, I just want to say something that, since the word empathy is used, one of the sponsors I know here and at the Explorers Club is Kensington. They have a CEO named Jeff Wilner. Now, I know that many people, when you hear CEO or billionaire, or any of these terms, everybody thinks, oh, it's, you know, somebody who's just sitting there looking at the bottom line. And I will say this with the many interactions I've had with Jeff, and many of them private, is this is a man that truly has empathy. He even helped us select our next speaker. But, you know, it's just good to know that I think the phrase is doing well by doing good. So here for Kensington is Maddie Emberson.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here to take a few moments and introduce you to our next speaker, Giles Duley. As Richard mentioned, my name is Madeline, and I am the Director of Social Impact with Kensington. We've supported Giles and his work since 2019 through our social impact initiative, Kensington Cares. In typical explorers fashion, Giles and I first met on an expedition. We both made our way out to the Seychelles to take part in Necton's first ascent mission in support of our friend and fellow presenter here today, Oliver Steeds. It was here that I first learned about Giles' incredible work and where Kensington's support for him began. Duley is a photographer, writer, chef, presenter, and the CEO and founder of Legacy of War Foundation, a charity supporting communities and individuals rebuild their lives after conflict. It is one of the fastest growing international NGOs in the world. Their flagship program in Rwanda, Land for Women, combines sustainable cooperative farming with a groundbreaking land transfer model and reflects their priorities of sustainability, affordability, and education. Their work in Ukraine has been ongoing since the full-scale invasion in 2022, where they work closely with local partners to provide access to critical healthcare services for civilians. I'll pause just for a moment here. Oh, thank you so much. Just getting me in the mood, right? In 2021, Giles filmed and produced his 6-part Vice TV series, The One-Armed Chef, which uses cooking and food to connect with communities and document stories of resilience. In 2022, he was appointed as the first United Nations Global Advocate for persons with disabilities in conflict and peace-building situations. In 2023, he was awarded an MBE and took up the position of Corporate Impact Advisor for Angelina Jolie's newest project, Atelier Jolie. Over the years, I've had the chance to hear Giles speak many times, and each time I take away something new. Today, we're going to hear him share about his experience as the curious explorer in his journey to purpose. Please join me in welcoming Giles Duley to the stage.
I've been on the road for a few months, and I was sat there and I was just so enjoying all the talks and the stories that I actually forgot I had to speak as well. And also, I have a bargain to make with you guys. I have a limited amount of time, but I've got a really funny story that I want to tell. But it means I'm going to overrun and you'll miss a bit of your coffee break. So, who votes that we have it? Okay, easy. Okay, so it's not giving anything away to say that I got injured in Afghanistan. I will touch upon that later. It was what I always say was a really bad day at the office. I lost both my legs, my arm. I was critically injured. Nobody thought I would survive. But there's a funny story that goes with it. There were 2 medics on the back of the helicopter that picked me up, Phil and CJ. I thought these would be the last moments of my life. I remember talking to them. We were talking about life. We were talking about American football, all sorts of conversations. And when we landed at Kandahar, I looked at them and I said, if I make it, I'm going to take you out for a drink. I didn't think I'd make it. I thought it was a safe bet. I'm Scottish. We don't really like to, buy drinks or anything. But I survived. I spent a year in hospital. Once I got out of hospital, I decided this was one of the first things I wanted to do, was to go to Chicago, meet Phil and CJ, and fulfill this promise. So I traveled to Chicago, And when I arrived there, I suddenly got nervous. I'm an anti-war photographer. These guys are from the famous 101st Airborne, the Band of Brothers, elite soldiers. I'm like, the first time we met, things were kind of hectic. We chatted a little bit on Facebook, but it felt like a blind date. So I had a couple of whiskeys, settled my nerves, and I walk into this bar. Now, I should describe Phil and CJ. They're both over 6 foot, covered in tattoos. They have mohawks. These are tough guys. They see me as I walk into the bar, and they burst into tears as well. We hugged. We cried. We had a whiskey. We had a tequila chaser. We hugged. We cried. We had a whiskey. We had a tequila chaser. About 6 hours later, this has become one kind of strange action where we're hugging, crying, whiskey, tequila. And I can't remember if it was Phil or CJ, but somebody came up with a bright idea. We should get tattoos. Now, they wanted to get the date that they rescued me tattooed on the shoulder. Now, these medics have saved hundreds and hundreds of lives, but for certain reasons, my story meant a particular thing to them. I mean, I did point out I don't need a visual reminder of the day, but I realized it was important to them. So we stagger around. I'm a learner driver on prosthetic legs, but I was walking better than Phil and CJ at this point. We stumble into this downtown tattoo parlor. It's late at night. The guy was about to shut. It's like glass fronted. We go in there, and we say, we want to get these tattoos. He looked at us and said, no, you're too drunk. Now, Phil and CJ are quite intimidating guys, and they looked at him, and they said, buddy, we're getting these tattoos today. He goes, okay, fine. I go first. This is where the problems really begin, because this tattoo parlor had office chairs with wheels. Now, chairs with wheels are like my kryptonite. They're my nemesis, because I've got no balance. I try and sit on the chair. I go on the floor. Chair goes this way. One of my prosthetic legs comes off. I'm trying to work out how do I get off the floor. I was a learner driver. I'd only had a couple of sessions of learning to walk again, so I've got no idea. I'm trying to get up. I'm pushing this chair in circles. The tattooist is kind of backed into the corner, looking a little uncomfortable with the situation. Phil and CJ just pissing themselves laughing. My other leg comes off. And at this moment, a woman walks by. It's a glass-fronted tattoo parlor in downtown Chicago. You can see her do a double take, because she sees a man with no legs pushing a chair in circles, 2 grown men with mohawks pointing and laughing. And bless her, she storms in. She comes up to Phil and CJ. She has to look up at them. And she says to the 2 medics that saved my life, she points at me and she says, this man evidently needs help. And without batting an eyelid, and they said it in perfect unison, they looked and they said, ma'am, we helped him once, we're not helping him again. So a few years ago, as Maddie was saying, Kensington made me an explorer in residence. I remember at the time thinking, I'm not an explorer. And I kind of didn't want to let them know. I thought, well, I've got the role. But actually, it made me think, what is an explorer and how does it connect with me? And the word that kept coming up in my mind was curiosity. And actually, it's curiosity that has always driven me. This is me as a kid. I grew up in a house, and this house behind me is actually the birthplace of William Dampier, an explorer of the 1500s. So I grew up with his stories. We had old books of his exploration, parts of Australia. The Dampier Straits are named after him. My great-grandfather was a Napoleonic seaman, and we had his old chest that was in my bedroom, and I swear I could smell the salt water on that chest at night. I grew up with curiosity. I'm not academic. I wanted to experience things. I wanted to feel them, to touch them, to hear them, to be part of the story. And that's what drove me my whole life. At 18, I left school, and the day I left school, I traveled to America, and I bought a van, and I started to travel with no idea where I was going or what my plan was. Unfortunately, I was involved in a minor car accident. I was flown back to London. In hospital, I was told I would never do sport, which was my life at that time. The idea of university was out of the question because I was not academic. I really didn't know what I was going to do with my damaged knees in a hospital bed. I was very angry, very confused. It felt like the freedom I finally got had been taken away from me. Now I was being looked after by my mother again. And in that very dark moment, 2 small gifts were to change my life forever. My godfather unfortunately passed away, but his widow visited me with 2 things he'd bought the week that he died. One was an Olympus OM10 camera. the other a book by the war photographer Don McCullin. Now, I had never seen photographs like Don McCullin's, these stark black and white images of wars in Vietnam, Biafra, Bangladesh. I was so moved. To this day, if I shut my eyes, I can still see these first photographs that I looked at of Don's. And I resolved there and then, that's what I'm going to do with my life. I'm going to become a war photographer like Don McCullin. So I taught myself the basics of photography with this Olympus OM10. And again, the curiosity was what really drove me, this idea that with a camera, it would be a passport into other people's lives and I could travel with it. But I was 18. And as we know, it's very easy to get distracted at that age. I had a few friends that were in bands, musicians, and they said, come and photograph our gigs. And literally, by mistake, I became a rock and roll photographer. It was the mid-90s, it was the time of Oasis, Blur, The Prodigy in London. Suddenly I'm on the road with these bands. I got in a fight with Liam Gallagher, it was very rock and roll. Suddenly the idea of going to a war zone kind of disappeared. I'm doing fashion shoots in LA and Paris, working for Vogue and for GQ, really living this amazing rock and roll life. But as the years went on, I grew increasingly unhappy. And I couldn't figure out why. Because on paper, I had the coolest life. I've been doing this work for about 10 years when I went to photograph Lenny Kravitz at his house in Miami. I was 28, 29 years old, and I walked out of this shoot, went to my hotel room, and started crying. And I couldn't figure out why. I just got paid a lot of money to hang out with somebody really cool. But something was missing inside, and I couldn't figure out what that was. A couple of weeks later, I came back. I was shooting in London, and everything came to a climax. I'd also grown increasingly cynical about celebrity culture, the way that women were portrayed in a lot of the magazines I worked for. And so we were doing this shoot in the Charlotte Street Hotel, and there was a young actress, and her agent and the editor of a magazine were arguing about whether she should have her top on. And she was crying. And I saw this out the corner of my eye as I was setting my lights up. And I remember thinking to myself, this is not why I became a photographer. This is not why I picked up a camera. So I had a bit of a rock and roll moment, and I took my cameras, and the story was that I threw them out the window of the Charlotte Street Hotel and said, that's it, I'm done, and walked out. I'm not that rock and roll. I'm kind of more, Radio 4 in the UK, kind of nice plays. And I had a little hissy fit and threw my cameras on the bed. It just turns out the bed is about the bounciest in London. It hit that, flew out the window, and smashed in the street. It was a symbolic end to my photographic career, I thought. I was only 28 years old. I'd also by now become quite an addict. I was drinking a lot, using drugs. I was very depressed. I moved down to a small seaside town, got a job in a bar. I was really spiraling for the next couple of years, could see no purpose to my life, no meaning to it. And then at the very lowest moment, I remember those two small gifts I'd been given, that Olympus OM10 camera and the book by Don McCullin, and how those things had made me feel 10 years before. And I realized that's where I'd gone wrong. I hadn't followed my true path. I'd been caught up in the rock and roll, the money, and everything else. And so I decided if I was going to find my happiness, my purpose, I needed to follow that path. So I moved to Angola, and I started to document the impact of war. Now, I'm not a war photographer in a traditional sense. I'm not interested in tanks and soldiers and explosions. My work is about the civilian impact, how it affects everyday families. So I was based there doing these stories. I traveled in DR Congo, South Sudan, trying to tell the stories of everyday people caught up in war. I've been doing this work for about 8 years when I found myself in Afghanistan. Again, I was telling the stories of civilians, driven by curiosity. My work is always self-assigned. It's always things where I think, yeah, but what is it like for these people? Or what is it like for that community? The things I don't hear about in the news. That is what always drives me. So I was there doing this project on civilians in Afghanistan when I had, as I said, a really bad day at the office. We were on patrol with a group of 101st Airborne. We came under fire, and as we ran for cover, I stepped on an improvised explosive device, a landmine. I was thrown in the air. I remember landing on my side. This is me looking up at a tree where I could see parts of myself in there. I thought, these are the last moments of my life. Just maybe keep going for a minute. And I'll concentrate on my breathing and focus, and I'll be like, I'm going to do 5 minutes. 10 minutes, and before I knew it, I was picked up by a medevac. This is with Phil and CJ, the famous tattooed guys. And we were flying to Kandahar. When we reached there, miraculously, I was still alive and still conscious. And then I was put into an induced coma. Now, I don't think that's the interesting part of my story. The interesting part is what happened next. I want you to imagine this for a moment. I woke up 3 days later. I didn't know how long this time had been. I'd been flown back to the United Kingdom by now. I woke up in an intensive care ward. So there's lights on full time, there's noise, people running around, but there's no windows, no clock. You have no sense of time or place. I woke up in what I call ultimate lockdown. I opened my eyes, and I could see what was happening, and I did what any of us would do. I tried to scream out, but no sound appeared. I soon realized I had tubes into my mouth, my nose, and into my neck. I tried to raise my hand to signal, but it was broken and strapped to the bed. I tried to move my head, but actually realized I was strapped down. I soon worked out that the only bodily function I could control was blinking. And that would be my reality for the next 46 days. In fact, for the first 24 hours, nobody even realized I was conscious. I was there blinking, trying to get people's attention, but people were just rushing around doing their work. It was the scariest thing of my life. I knew these might be the last days, the last hours of my life. On 3 occasions, my family was called in to say goodbye. All I could do was blink at them. At first, it felt like I'd been thrown in a freezing cold ocean. I was in a panic. I couldn't think straight. I couldn't get my mind anywhere. But soon I realized that if I was going to get through this, I would have to find a way to focus my mind. So I started to create projects. And this really is where I explored the depth and the power of the human mind. So my favorite project was called 100 Portraits Before I Die. I imagined the people I'd wished I'd done portraits of in my career. I thought, why did I never bother to ask them? Why did I never arrange anything? I'm going to do it now. So I would visualize these photo shoots. I didn't know anything about time, but I knew the nurses came every so often to do my blood reading, so I used this as a measurement of time. And in each of these time spaces, I would imagine a different shoot. I'd imagine meeting the person. What would we say? Would we have a coffee, a drink, studio, location, color, black and white? Would I light it? Would it be natural lighting? And I would, at the end, see it so clearly that I could critique it and question how I could do it differently the next time. It wasn't just imagining, it was visualizing. And what did I learn about the power of the human mind during those 46 days? I changed how I work as a photographer from before to after. So even in those 46 days, in ultimate lockdown, I was able to improve as a photographer. Because when we have our creativity and our imagination, we can never truly be silenced or locked down. So after 46 days, I was moved to a high dependency unit. Actually, things got tough because this is when I was told, you're never going to walk again, you'll never live independently, you'll never work. I was still being fed, I couldn't look after myself. 3 months after my injury, I was well enough to be transferred to a wheelchair to have a shower for the first time. It was the first time I saw myself in a mirror. And I was repulsed, I was disgusted by what I saw. I saw the missing limbs, the scars across my body. I had a colostomy bag at the time. I looked at this person. And when they put me back to bed, I cried myself to sleep. And if I'm honest, I wished I died on that helicopter in Afghanistan. Because I said, I'm not brave enough or strong enough to deal with this new reality. I don't want to be the person I saw in the mirror. I don't want to have lost my independence. I don't want to be a man with disability. I don't want my freedoms curtailed by my injury. I don't want this. But I am notoriously stubborn, and something kicked in my mind that night. And I woke up the next day with a mantra that I have repeated every day since. And if I have any advice to give from my exploration, it's this. I woke up the next day and I said to myself, Giles, from this moment on, you will never think about the things you can't do. You will never think about the things you can't control. But you will focus each day on what you can do and be the very best at that. And that freed me, not just from my injuries, but everything I do in life. If I was to ask most people in this room, what is bothering you the most? I can guarantee over 80% of you will tell me something you have no control over. We are, more than ever, overwhelmed by information. Information that we feel is important, but we can't control. It stops us from achieving anything. So what I say is all those things you can't control, they should be in the periphery of your vision. They should inform your decision-making, but never have them here. Instead, each day, think about what you can do, what you do control, and focus on that. And the first thing I needed to deal with was how I perceived myself. As I said, I was disgusted by the way I looked. And I thought, there's only one way I know how to deal with this, and it's photography. So my friend Simon came and broke me out of hospital. We pulled out a few tubes and things we probably shouldn't have, and we went to a studio. It's possible we went via a pub. I can't remember. But we got there, and I did a self-portrait. And I wanted to photograph myself as I saw myself now. Now, just before I'd been to Afghanistan, I'd actually been in the British Museum about a week before traveling. And I remember seeing the Roman and Greek statues. All I remember from those is the beauty. I made some photographs of them. I don't remember the fact that most of them are missing parts. And I thought that's how I want to photograph myself. So I did this self-portrait. This was the moment that I took control of my own story. Because in the nicest possible way, this is the moment I said, I don't care what you think of when you look at me. What's important is how I see myself. And I knew when I did this portrait, other people would see the missing limbs and the scars. But I knew when I did this portrait, I was photographing somebody that was more focused than he'd ever been, who was stronger than he'd ever been, was actually a better man than he'd ever been. And this was my story. So I went back to hospital. I had 37 operations that year. By the end of the year, I discharged myself exactly a year to the day, began my rehabilitation. They eventually taught me how to walk again and make strange, grimacing faces. And 18 months later, I was back in Afghanistan, continuing my work. And I wanted to now just jump to something more recent. This is me in Ukraine, a country that is incredibly important and close to my heart, that I've been working in for a decade. I literally just came back from there, and I wanted to share some photographs that nobody else has seen that really have just been, literally this morning, I was getting sent by my lab to share some photographs. But I wanted to read something from my journal that I keep, because I think this is important for the context of these photographs. Wars are not as people imagine. Not constant action or glory, as in films and computer games. Rather, war is long periods of monotony, punctuated by extreme moments of violence. It's those painfully long periods where little happens that wear people's spirits down. Isolation, lives on hold, lost futures, the persistent fear, forced from those we love. Living in war is a long, slow, lingering death, a torture of the soul. Yet remarkably, life does go on. You will hear laughter, stirred from dark humor, witness weddings and drunken nights, build the closest of relationships over a single shared meal, feel what it is to be alive, living amongst the intimacy of death. What have I learnt? I said I was an explorer driven by curiosity. What is it that I have discovered in my 25 years of conflict, 30-something years of being on the road? Well, if you look at some of these photographs, you'll see a mother feeding her baby. You'll see a father on the floor doing lessons with his kids. A guy who's lost his arm still bathing his child. Father with his daughter who has disabilities. A couple, this is Khulud and Jamal, holding hands and dreaming of a different future. What do you see in these photographs? One day I realized I don't photograph war. Actually, what I document is love. My work is about love. I go to some of the worst places you could imagine, but what do I find there? I find families, communities, incredible strength, resilience. I find love, and that is what I focus on each day in my work and in everything I do, because that is the discovery that I made, that the most important thing in the world is love. Love for the planet, love for the environment, love for animals, true love for humankind. as explorers, that is our role, is to find that empathy and find that love. So what are my final thoughts? Well, for me, I know it was finding purpose, because I don't believe you can ever truly find happiness until you have found that purpose. Next, it's about focusing on the things you can control. As I said, we are overwhelmed by news of what's happening in the world, but that doesn't mean we can't control the things and achieve each day. And finally, whatever work you do, whatever exploration, whatever science, do it with stories, do it with empathy, and do it with love. Thank you. Thank you.
That was very powerful.
Thank you.
Wow. I think it's pretty hard to, comment on this, right? But, the last two lectures, the whole theme of empathy and love, so powerful. So, gosh, I think this is a perfect time for yet another tea and coffee break, because I think we all need to reset our emotions a little. I feel kind of drained after that one. This has been powerful. So we're going to break for 45 minutes. We have a Leakey and a Cox coming up. So be back. Okay, two housekeeping points here. One is after our last speakers, I would like the speakers to be on stage. It's a tradition we take a picture. So I hope you're not off-put by my next question, because it's really to married women in this audience. I want you to look at your hand. And who here is missing their diamond ring? Come on, I'll get on my hands and knees and put it back on your finger. Come get it. It's got to fit, okay. Just saying, it's a nice one. Anyhow, if you hear of somebody missing their diamond ring, I'll put it back on your finger. Okay, so the number one comment I heard coming out of the last session is, that's going to be a tough act to follow. But our next speaker has actually followed two tough acts. We have, when you talk about exploration royalty, certainly the Leakeys are there, Louis and Richard Leakey. And so to follow those tough acts and the following speaker, please welcome Louise Leakey.
Yeah, that really was something. In fact, the whole day has been incredible sitting there listening to all these amazing talks. So it's been such fun to be here with everybody today. So think about it. There are 8.2 billion people on the planet today. Wow. And how on earth did that happen? And geneticists tell us that that might not have been the case, because if you go back about 70,000 years ago, humans, Homo sapiens, was reduced to less than 10,000 individuals on the planet. That's less than 1,000 breeding pairs. And at that time, we shared the planet with at least 5 different two-legged ancestors. And then about 60,000 years ago, descendants of that small population moved out of Africa. We all came from Africa. And when we moved out of Africa, we spread out into every corner of the globe. And here we are today. But it was so close that we may not have made it. And so if you go further back in time, the work of my family has been to try to understand the story from 7 million years through to where we are today as modern humans, to where was the common ancestor of our closest living relatives, the chimpanzees, and ourselves. Now, there have been 7 million years of evolution leading to chimpanzees, so our common ancestor may not have looked like modern-day chimpanzees. And then there's a long line that leads to ourselves. And that story mostly has taken place in Africa. But this was not always thought to be the case. So you go back just 100 years or so ago, you had the Tong child, which was a little tiny skull that was found in a cave in southern Africa. And it, for many years, wasn't considered to be on our lineage as an upright walking ancestor. It was a juvenile. And so it sort of sat there. There's arguments about its age. You had Homo erectus from Indonesia, the Java man, which was found in 1891. You also had Neanderthals found in Europe. So this story seemed to be outside of Africa. So this was the backdrop that my grandparents, Louise and Mary Leakey, were faced with, was they were determined to prove that this story took place in Africa. So they were really struggling for support and funding. They couldn't get the support to allow them to work in old sites in East Africa. So Olduvai Gorge was obviously one of these sites that they were trying to get back to. They got back to Olduvai on 7 different occasions before they finally found the fossil that really proved Lewis's conviction that this story would be told through fossils found in East Africa. And it was on July 17th of 1959 when my grandmother, Mary Leakey, walked down into the gorge at Olduvai. And Olduvai is a little canyon. River has cut down, exposing 2 million years of time in these sediments. And the very bottom 2 layers, these white beds, were laid down by old lakes. And it was there that these fossils were tumbling out of the hillsides. And she spotted these shiny black teeth just coming out of the hillside. And she decided that was clearly going to be significant and important, raced up to tell Lewis that, I found the man. And he came racing down to the gorge. They began to excavate the fossil and exposed this palate, upside down, upper jaw, you can see in this picture, with some of these very large teeth that are just beginning to be exposed. And they found this skull after a large excavation was put in place. And what you can see about it is that these enormous teeth would have been powered by a large muscle, chewing muscle, that attached to this sagittal crest, this crest that runs along the top of the skull. And this feature you find in adult males. We've since found juveniles of this species as well, and the boys, age 6, don't have a sagittal crest. But this they called Zinjanthropus, and it was called Zinjanthropus boisei at the time because a man called Charles Boyes funded their early work to Olduvai, and so this fossil was named in recognition of that support. A very impressive skull indeed, quite small-brained, but that find put Africa on the map. So you can see the skull there of Paranthropus boisei. So this was the layout of our story of our ancestors at the time Lewis and Mary were working at Olduvai in the 1950s and early 1960s. So East Africa is where this story is best told. In fact, it goes slightly further north and south because you have this amazing geological feature, the Rift Valley. We don't know what's happening further west because most of that area is under forest, thick forest. What you find is that this Rift Valley, it's a depression in the Earth's crust because as the continent moves sideways, you get a basin essentially forming north to south and waters flowing into the valley bottom, forming these lakes over time. So you get a continuation of different lakes stretching from north to south, which shrink and grow depending on what's going on with climate and tectonics. And so, particularly on the eastern side of the Rift Valley, you see these red dots, and these red dots are fossil sites, which largely concentrate around these old lake basins. One of these enormous lakes formed in a lake basin that goes back some 4 million years, and that's the Lake Turkana, which you can see in this image. It takes me a whole hour to fly my single-engine 206 from the south end of this lake to the north end of the lake. It's a really long lake, over 160 miles long, and fossil sites extend inland either side of the lake and go back 30 million years. In fact, there are even some sites that are 80 million years at the very northwestern side of the lake, which are very late Cretaceous sites. But it's fed by this big river, the Omo River, that comes out of the Ethiopian highlands and has drained into this lake basin over the past 4 million years, preserving the bones of animals that were living and dying in this area. So it's very rich in fossils and rich in stone tools and very rich in the geological record, in particular these volcanic ash horizons, which are critical to dating the fossil sites. So you date the ashes, and the fossils lie in between these dated ash horizons. So that's why we've got a really good time record of what happened geologically in the Turkana Basin. My grandparents were working at Olduvai. Louis was very interested in exploring other sites, and so he wanted my father, Richard Leakey, to go and explore the Omo Valley, because that is very famous for fossils and extensive fossil sites there as well. So he was sent up to work the deposits on, which you can see here, one side of the Omo River. Big, slow-moving river that's come out of the highlands. The problem was that the fossil sites that they decided to ask him to work, because he was a young 21-year-old, needed a challenge, keep him busy, were on the other side of this big river. This river had a lot of very large crocodiles in it and proved quite challenging, so they had to work out how to get all of their equipment across the river. They built a raft to drive their Land Rovers over. They had a little boat, which you can see in that small video, which they were quite confidently using going up and down the river until a crocodile chased after them, and then they decided to put the boat on the shoreline. But they, on that expedition, found this amazing big skull, which you can see my father holding there, which actually represents one of the earliest fossils of our own species, Homo sapiens. It's dated at 235,000 years. Now, while he was working the deposits in the Omo Valley, he was flying north in his little airplane up the length of Lake Turkana and got blown to the east because there was a big storm. And so when he was flying up the eastern side, looked down and saw extensive fossil deposits, and he decided he actually had his own patch to work. He no longer needed to work for his father. So he asked National Geographic for a small grant, and they said, well, young man, if you don't find anything, don't ever come back for any more support. So while he was on that expedition, he actually flew south. He'd borrowed the helicopter from an American team, was able to fly down land and saw fossils and stone tools around where they landed. And this was when he decided he had his own patch to work in. In fact, here you see the surprise of the Dasanich elders when this helicopter emerged out of nowhere. But what they're really laughing at, I was told by the photographer, Bob Campbell, was that they're looking at the reflection in the windscreen that they had never seen before. So the following year, this was then 1968, they then went up with all of their gear and trucks up the eastern side of Lake Turkana, and they set up their camp on the eastern shores. This little spit that you can see sort of jutting out into the lake is called Kubifora, and they put their little camp on the ground here, and then they decided to explore inland with camels. Camels can carry quite a lot of gear. They don't need too much to drink. But the only thing about camels is that they don't like walking over these rocky landscapes. And so they were following a dry sand river back to camp one evening when they were wandering along and they spotted a boulder that had rolled out of the side of the riverbank. And not usually a place that you would spend much time looking for fossils. However, this boulder that you can see here seemed to be looking at them. So they jumped off the camels, they picked this thing up, and sure enough, it was a complete skull, the same species that was found at Olduvai Gorge with the sagittal crest. This one didn't have the large teeth. So this is known as Paranthropus boisei, and that marked the very first important and impressive find from Lake Turkana, found in 1969. So of course, National Geographic gave them some more support, and they set up a camp, and then little me went up there in 1972. This was the same year that Louise died, so he saw me. I don't remember Louise. And he saw the find that they're actually sticking together. My mother is holding me in her arms, and she is desperate to get rid of me and get her hands on the fossil to stick, which is exactly what happened. So my childhood, as you can imagine, was spent in the north, growing up the lakeshore and listening to all these boring names of different fossils discussed over the dining table. That was a tortoise skull that I was riding, which used to be on the veranda. But some very exciting times indeed. I remember with my younger sister, Samira, running across the river from an excavation with little notes on a stick about what had been found in the excavation, and we would bring the piece back and see if it actually fit onto the original skull, which is why we're looking so excited when it actually fit. But this find that I'm talking about was made by a man called Kamoya Kimeu, who really set up originally as a young boy working at Olduvai initially, and then really co-led and coordinated all the logistics of the expeditions to Lake Turkana, the camel expeditions, building the camp at Kubifora, and finding some of the most remarkable fossils throughout the 70s and 80s. And this find in the early 1980s, 1984, he found this small piece of skull which he recognized as belonging to a human ancestor. And he decided that we'd have to excavate more of this site. And as they got closer and closer to the roots of this little thorn tree, held within the roots were more bits of the skull, teeth. They started to find some ribs, and eventually an almost complete skeleton of a 9-year-old boy at the time that it died emerged from the ground. This is a skeleton that's dated at 1.6 million years. It belongs to the species Homo erectus, which today we understand to be the first upright walking ancestor to leave Africa around about 1.8 to 2 million years, thereabouts. So quite an extraordinary fossil, but it's very, very unusual to find skeletons in East Africa. Southern Africa, it's quite different. Cave sites, complete skeletons get concentrated in these caves. I always tease Lee Berger, you just have to find caves. We actually have to find little bits of fossils to then find our fossil. So this is quite an unusual find, and this is how we do it. Lake Turkana, you've got exposures that are naturally eroded, and over time, little bits of bone are brought back up to the surface again. And so the more trained eyes that you have out walking, boots on the ground, looking for tiny fragments of fossil that have naturally been brought to the surface, you then recognize if this belongs to a pig or a monkey or a hippo, and is it a toe or is it a bit of an arm bone? And so your eyes trained eyes with a good broad search image lead to the success of the fossils that we find. When you find something, pick it up and you can check what it is. This is the sort of landscape we're looking in, the ground. And there, if you look very carefully, is a lower jaw of a 4.1 million-year-old ancestor before it was picked up. So that's just to show you how difficult it is and how much chance is involved in finding any one fossil. That's the fossil that actually was dug out of the ground. This is a lower jaw of something that they call Australopithecus anamensis, and was dug up by my mother and myself from a site on the east side of Lake Turkana. Amazing thing to do with your mother, in fact, is to dig up a fossil. I don't think many people can say that. But she was a great friend and mentor to me. We have had many happy years together. A very trusting lady indeed. I think me as a pilot at 18, I'm not so sure I would have the same confidence flying up a 4-hour flight in a little single-engine propeller to go and run these expeditions. But we have many fun stories to share, and I really miss the time that I spent with her. She's now 83. She's at home. She still enjoys to hear what we're doing, but she's less often with us in the field. When we find the fossil, we put in an excavation, and then, of course, we need to screen the site. And this is my little Jack Russell Toot, who is small enough to put on the luggage in the back of the plane and comes with us everywhere. So the fossil hominids are very rare indeed, and in fact, much more of what we find are fossils of other animals. So the ancestors of the pigs, like this, that we find today, and this is a crocodile skull, a huge, broad-nosed crocodile. Then you have the teeth of an elephant. You can see some of the enamel plates there that are eroding out of the surface of an elephant jaw. And then sometimes when you expose that, you don't know how much is underneath. You dig this big, big hole, and here I am sat in this hole we've dug ourselves into, wondering how on earth we're going to lift an almost 2-ton fossil out of the ground. So of course we had to dig our way into the hillside and then put up 2 posts, metal posts, rolled it over onto a metal stretcher, and then we were able to lift it up with a block and tackle and then lower it into the back of a Land Cruiser pickup and drive it back to the site into the lab. So this is actually a 3D scan of that skull after it came out of the ground. Amazing, complete skull of a 4-million-year-old ancestral African elephant. We had dinotheres, which are browsing proboscideans. We had ancestral Asian elephants, elephas there. We also have an ancestral mammoth, all that coexist around about 3.5–4 million years. It's actually extraordinary how much time's been spent at Lake Turkana. I just want to run through quickly that in the starting 1968, 1970s, there were 159 hominins found by my father and mother's team. The 1980s, they went across to the west side, where they found an additional 21 hominid fossils. In the 1990s, we went back across a little bit to the east side, and again on the west side, there were 57 hominins found that year. In the 2000s, this is when I got involved, co-leading the expeditions with my mother. We made some inroads, found another 87 hominin fossils. Then the 2010s, there were 21 amazing finds. And then here we are, the last 5 years or so, and we've added another 11 to the record. Sometimes we spend a lot of time in a hole trying to recover it, so the rate of discovery goes down. But it is truly a major contribution to our understanding of the fossil record has come from Lake Turkana. There are over 30,000 fossil animals that have been recovered from this lake basin, over 380 hominins, and many different stone artifacts as well. What to do with all of these fossils? They need to be put somewhere. In East Africa, fossils belong to the nation. They don't belong to the person who finds them. Every year we apply for funding and also for permission from the government to then work these fossil sites. And then those fossils have a national accession number. They belong to the nation. And so most of those are stored in the national museums of Kenya. And then more recently, my father, you can see in this picture, Richard Leakey, decided that we finally needed to establish infrastructure in the very north of Kenya, on the east and the west side of Lake Turkana, where fossils that were found in that region could then be housed. So you have two of these sites where these incredible facilities have been built over the last 20 years. And this is the site on the west side called the Turkana Basin Institute at Turkwell, which means that fossils now remain up at Lake Turkana, providing jobs for the local people. They can not only find the fossils, but then they need cleaning. And these facilities provide accommodation for students and other scientists to launch their expeditions, upping the pace of discovery and exploration. And so these fossils now get stored in laboratories such as this one. This is, in fact, wheeling that big elephant into the lab to its final resting place. Fortunately, in the early days, in the 1970s, before we had a GPS on our telephone and a digital camera on our phone, they had to come up with a way to record where things were found. Because if you pick up a fossil and you take it out of context, it becomes totally meaningless. And so they had to come up with a way to create some sort of maps. And so they cut a hole in the bottom of the 206 and they put in a Hasselblad camera and they flew these lines of aerial photographs, which we still refer to today. And those photographs, such as this one, you can see, probably about 10 kilometers squared. That white line is, in fact, a kilometer-long airfield on the ground. And so when you found a fossil, you had to work out where you were on that black and white photograph, and then you would push a pin through and write a number on the back side of it. So you can see here a lot of numbers. And there are hundreds and hundreds of fossils that are marked on these black and white photographs that we're trying to get back to and get proper GPS fixes of. Fortunately, when they found a hominin fossil, they also took the trouble to take a black and white photograph of the exact site where the fossil came from. So here you can see a man holding a stick. And this site we actually went back to last year. We've been trying to go back and recreate those exact sites and to see if we can find any other bits of bone that have come out of the hillside since. And so here, when we went back to this little hillside, you can see it there, you can recognize part of the old excavation. But right where that little arrow is pointed, one of the team spotted some tiny bits of vertebra coming out of the hillside. They obviously didn't pick it all up. And so we took the top of the hill off and we exposed little bits of a skeleton. As I told you before, it's very, very rare to find skeletons. And so this is the discovery that came out of that hillside. A lot of ribs. We found a couple more teeth, bits of limb bone. This fossil is going to take us probably 2 years at minimum to prepare because it's so very delicate. Much of this we took out in a block. We've now got to go back next month and remove the rest of the hillside. So if you look at what that landscape was when Louise was exploring for fossils in the 1950s, 1960s, compare that to what it looks like today, we've managed to really add a lot more information to this story. I haven't put any timelines to this. A lot more people have been involved, obviously, in these discoveries from different parts of Africa. It involves many different teams. But I think he would be extremely excited and proud to know what they began through his conviction that there would be fossils in Africa and that this story would be told from the African continent. Just to share another moving story, my father died in January of 2022, and Kamoya, who worked with him for those many years, who really was a mentor and friend to me for so many. He also died later that year. And when Kamoya died, he had a huge medical bill to pay for. And so his youngest daughter, Jennifer, came looking for help. And I hadn't met her. I knew her brothers, but I'd never met Jennifer. And so I said, well, what are you doing? And she said, well, I don't know. I'm managing several jobs. I got a young 6-year-old daughter. I said, for heaven's sakes, we really should be working together. And so having raised the money through a GoFundMe page, because Kamoya was so familiar, we were able to settle the bills. And today, Jennifer and I work together at Lake Turkana. And this is us actually last week flying back down from Turkana. She leads. Yeah, she is my rock. She is what makes this all fun and happy to work with. She basically leads the team. And she was told all these amazing stories about the discoveries by her father, written to her in letters to her mother that she was read at bedtime. And so for her to come up and live this whole experience again now, and she is now writing these stories up as little books that we're translating into Swahili, Dasanich, Gabra, and Turkana. And so there's a story of the Turkana boy. I've got the story of Zinjanthropus here. We've got the Laetoli footprints. We've got Paranthropus riding a camel as well. So hopefully this story, or these amazing stories, can be told for the children that are on the ground in Kenya, Tanzania, and other parts of the continent, so that they can really live them and be inspired, not only to protect the fossils that are found in these areas, but to become the next fossil hunters and the next leaders of the expeditions that I know will keep going in the future. There is still so much to be found. And every time you go back to a fossil site, something else is coming out of the ground. So there's a lot more to be told. I think we've now set the stage for the work to continue. So in terms of, are there any more Leakeys? Maybe, but I'm not so sure. But we don't need any more Leakeys now. We've got lots of youngsters who are excited and now empowered to do this work. And if it weren't for this incredible team of fossil hunters, all drawn from the local communities, the men and women, these are the boots on the ground and the eyes that help us to understand this extraordinary story of our past and our African origins. So there you go. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Wow. Again, you know, it's interesting, that last photo, because I think it's a good wraparound to when we started with Valerie talking about indigenous or local knowledge, and you see that the works of so many people depend on the people who actually live there. So, Louise, thank you very much for that. So we just went to the beginning of humankind, and so where do you go from there? And quite simply, we're going to go to the beginning of everything. And before we bring on Brian, I just want to say that one of the aspects I've enjoyed most about the Explorers Club and exploration in general, the relationships you build. And so Brian Cox and I have known each other for 25 years in a few months. I think we met in the summer of 2000, Brian. And I've so enjoyed not only our friendship, but really seeing Brian grow into one of the preeminent, or the preeminent, science communicators. I'm not putting too much pressure on you, Brian. But your son is watching, and he looks at you as a hero. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Brian Cox.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say before I start to thank the Explorers Club, the Royal Canadian Geographical Society, because I don't know, you must agree, this has been the most magnificently curated day. We've been everywhere. we've seen, we've gone to the floors of the oceans, backwards and forwards in time, out into the solar system, at least as far as Venus. And so I suppose it falls for me to do the rest, the rest of the universe, which the reason, so I'm going to talk about cosmology, but very specifically, something that's really interesting myself and many of my colleagues now, which is that we've had a model of the evolution of the universe, at least, from the earliest moments, let's say something like a billionth of a second after the Big Bang until the present day, that has been relatively consistent, or very consistent actually, for many decades now. But as a result of new data from spacecraft like the James Webb Space Telescope, but other space probes, ground-based telescopes as well, for the first time in a long time, there is some tension in our model of the evolution of the universe. And that's, of course, what we want. That's what exploration, as I'm sure you're all explorers here, that's what it's all about. It's about standing on the edge of the known and looking into the unknown and being delighted that there are things you don't understand. And it's one of the most, especially on social media actually, I should say as an aside, it's one of the most misunderstood bits of science. Because so well known is this tension, as it's called in cosmology, that I've started getting messages on X from people going, see, you're all stupid, you didn't know anything, did you? You scientists are so confident. Not understanding that the reason we built and launched these telescopes is to find things that we don't understand. So I'd like to give you a picture of what I think is an extremely exciting time in cosmology. Cosmology, we could define it loosely, I suppose, as the study of the large-scale structure of the universe. So things like this photograph, this is really, although we'll talk about the formation of galaxies a bit later on, this is really one of the smallest objects you would consider in cosmology. It's the Milky Way galaxy. It's a beautiful photograph, or in fact a series of photographs put together by the European Southern Observatory. And it's photographs from the ground of the Milky Way, but from all points around the Earth's surface, so northern and southern hemisphere. So this is the entire arc of the Milky Way across the sky. You never see our galaxy like this from a single place. The southern sky is in the center of this image. The southern hemisphere always points towards the galactic center, just because of the geometry of the solar system. So, of course, you know if you've been to the southern hemisphere, the Milky Way looks brighter. That's because you're looking towards the galactic center. The northern sky, so here in Canada, northern Europe, is on the left and right-hand sides of the image, and we're always facing outwards into the outer spiral arms of the galaxy. So there's the entire sweep of our galaxy. We now know something like 400 billion suns in it, give or take, 400,000 million stars. It was mentioned earlier that we now know that most of them, I would say all of them to a good approximation, have planetary systems around them, solar systems. So there'll be trillions of planets in this galaxy. Estimates of the number of potentially Earth-like worlds vary, but it's certainly a few billion. You hear numbers up to 20 billion potentially Earth-like worlds in the Milky Way galaxy. So it's a large island of stars, about 100,000 light years across or so. Now, you don't see the structure of the galaxy in this image, but stepping out into the universe, I've chosen this image, which is actually from an amateur astronomer. I wanted to just, he's an astronomer called Luc Viator from Belgium. And it's a remarkable image. It's the Andromeda galaxy with a small telescope and a DSLR camera, because this thing, although it's over 2 million light years away, 2.5 million light years away or so, it's very large. It's about the diameter of the full moon on the sky. And so you don't need much of a telescope, but a great deal of skill to capture a photograph like this. And that's pretty much what the Milky Way would look like if you could rise up and look at it from above. You can see this with the naked eye just about in a very dark sky if you know where to look. Certainly see it with binoculars. And I recommend that you do, because you can let your mind wander about the distances that I'm going to be talking about in this overview of cosmology. And for example, we talk about human origins. So Australopithecus afarensis was about 4 million years ago or so. You think that the light from this galaxy, if you look at it in real time, entered your eye before the Homo sapiens on the Earth. We saw that the talk about human origins is pretty much some of the, 2.5 million years ago, those humans would be looking up and the light would be beginning its journey. Sorry, pre-humans. So it's remarkable that you can see this. You can see back in time 2.5 million years with the naked eye, because galaxies are large structures. Now, also what struck me we've heard about the history of exploration. We're talking about Shackleton at the start of the day, died in 1921, was it? 22. The next image, I put this image in as a result of that talk, actually, because this is a very famous image from the year after Shackleton died, 23, of the Andromeda Galaxy. This is Edwin Hubble's famous image. And you see there in red pen that he's written VAR and an exclamation mark at the top. That refers to variable. It means that he spotted what's called a Cepheid variable star in Andromeda 1923. These stars, which were first studied by Henrietta Leavitt, actually, a very famous astronomer about 10 years before this, she noticed that there's a relationship, a direct relationship, between the period of the variation of the light, so they brighten and dim and brighten and dim. And there's a relationship between that period and its actual brightness, so how bright the star actually is. And once she had noticed that, it was actually by looking at these stars in one of the satellite galaxies of the Milky Way. That means that if you see one of these in the sky and you can measure the period of the variation of the brightness, you can estimate how far away it is, because you know how bright it actually is and, of course, how bright it looks. So this is the first proof that this galaxy, this nebula, as it was called, the Andromeda Nebula, is in fact beyond the Milky Way. And so it's only 1923. Before this, there was a debate about how big the universe was. Is there only one galaxy in the universe? Is it very small? Is it just the Milky Way? It's called the Great Debate in the 1920s. It's this photograph in 1923 that tells us that no, these misty patches in the sky are beyond the Milky Way. So this is really when our universe begins to grow. So we talked about the heroic age of exploration. Everything that I'm going to tell you now is really 20th and 21st century science. And it's remarkable, to me, almost in living memory. You go back to the 20s, and we didn't know there were galaxies beyond the Milky Way. We certainly didn't know anything at all about the origin and evolution of the universe at that time. Now today, we have precision maps of the galaxies, just 100 years later or so. And this is a visualization of real data, a data set called the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, which is a project to map the position and distance to galaxies in the sky. So every point of light you see in this fly-through is the measured position of a galaxy. And in fact, to make this visualization, we use the database. So if we had the photograph of the galaxy in the database, then we used it. So this is as close as you can come to seeing the true size and scale of the universe. And you see that it's genuinely, in that 100 years, it's gone from a potentially small universe to a daunting universe. It's a snowstorm of galaxies. Surveys like this allow us to estimate the number of galaxies that it's possible to see, the number of galaxies in what we call the observable universe. And that number is somewhere around 2 trillion. 2 trillion galaxies, each with hundreds of billions. In the case of Andromeda, maybe over 1 trillion suns. So that's the arena of cosmology. And the challenge of that science is to understand where this came from, how it came to be the way that it is. And by the way, this is not random. There are patterns in the distribution of galaxies that are also clues to things that happened very close to the origin of the universe, before the stars and galaxies had formed. And I'll come back to that. So there's a visualization of our real 3D map of the universe. And I've just got one more photograph to show you, really to bring that home. I mentioned the James Webb Space Telescope earlier, this magnificent successor to the Hubble Space Telescope. This is one of the recent deep field images from the James Webb. It's called the Goods North Field. And it's an image of a very small piece of sky, that's smaller than the diameter of the full moon. You see how small it is, actually, because you see a star at the top. So that is a star in the Milky Way galaxy. It's in the foreground. And because of the shape of the James Webb's mirror, this hexagonal mirror, then you get this characteristic flaring or distortion around stars in the image. So anything that has that distortion, like the one at the top, is a star, and there are a few. The rest of the objects are galaxies in this photograph. And it's quite stunning. You can see, when you know that, you start to look, you can see the structure in some of them. It's a beautiful telescope. But in these images, in this one, there are over 10,000 galaxies in this single tiny piece of the sky. And actually, from the perspective of understanding what happened in the early universe, the interesting ones are the little red dots. So you see quite a lot of little red dots in this image. Those are very distant galaxies. They're red because the universe has been expanding. We'll talk about that in a moment. But the light from some of those red dots has been traveling across the universe for, well, not for millions of years, as in the case of the Andromeda galaxy, but in fact many billions of years. And in fact, there are galaxies in this image from which the light has been traveling for over 13 billion years to reach us. Now, the universe is 13.8 billion years old. We'll speak about that in a moment. How do we know that number? We talked about fossils, and I'm sure you'll agree it's hard to date a fossil. You say it's 2 million years, 3 million years. 13.8 billion years, how do you date a universe? Well, we'll talk about that. But one of the ways you can do it, at least astronomy has this property, that if you look at photographs like this, you're looking back in time, but really across the entire history of the universe, back over 13 billion years. So there are the galaxies. So how do we make progress? That's data, essentially. What we've done there is make observations about the universe. We've mapped the local universe. But how do we get those numbers? How do we calculate the age of the universe? It's actually talking about the heroic age of exploration. It's the heroic age of theoretical physics, you might say. 20th century models of the way that nature works. In particular, in cosmology, Einstein's theory of general relativity, published in 1915. Before that, there isn't a science of cosmology, essentially. It's interesting, Einstein's theory of general relativity. It's often described as one of the most beautiful products of the human mind. And it is notoriously mathematically difficult. It's true. We teach it as a postgraduate course at university. But what beautiful means is that the idea behind the theory is very simple and very elegant. It was developed by Einstein as a theory of gravity. So really a theory to, I'd say, replace Newton's law of gravitation. It's also a theory of space and time, which is an interesting thing to say. You might say, what does gravity have to do with space and time? And it became a theory of cosmology, so a theory of the universe later. So it was applied to the universe. That wasn't why it was conceived. So let me give you, although I've said we teach it as a postgraduate course, you are the most educated audience I think I've ever spoken to. So I'm going to describe general relativity to you in 1 minute, which we can do because, as I referred to earlier, it's conceptually elegant and beautiful and simple, and often described, often depicted like this, if you see a popular article on it. So there you see something, which is the Earth in this case, and that something is distorting something. So what's the thing it's distorting? That's often referred to as the fabric of the universe, or more strictly, I should say, space-time. So back in 1905, Einstein, in his special theory of relativity, the theory from which E equals mc squared comes, realized that space and time are not to be thought of as separate from each other, which is surely the natural way to conceive of them. Right? Space is the arena within which we live, and time is something that ticks on a watch. They feel separate. But really motivated by work in the 19th century on electricity and magnetism, and concerned with the nature of the speed of light, Einstein realized that space and time are not separate. They are woven together into a fabric, fabric of the universe, space-time. And so that theory produced E equals mc squared, a well-tested theory, 1905. Over the next 10 years, Einstein developed this idea, which is that fabric, the space-time, does not have to remain fixed, and indeed it does not remain fixed. It warps and distorts and curves. And it warps and distorts and curves in response to or in the presence of anything else in the universe at all. So anything, matter, energy, not only stars and planets, which you see here, but even us, right? You and me now, just by our very existence in the universe, are distorting very slightly space-time, which really means distances in space and the rate of passage of time. The whole thing is distorted, which you see sort of schematically represented here. And then the beautiful idea about the theory of gravity is that you imagine sending something in, close to the Earth in this case. Could be the moon, let's say. You send something in over this distorted fabric, and that thing will not travel in a straight line. It will be deflected. Its path will be deflected. Now, Newton would have said that's because there's a force, the force of gravity between the moon and the Earth, causing the moon to move in an elliptical orbit in this case. But Einstein would have said, no, there is no force. All there is the response of the moon to the distortion in the fabric of the universe created by the Earth. The great physicist John Wheeler put it beautifully. He said, matter tells space-time how to curve, and space-time tells matter how to move. That is Einstein's explanation, really, for what gravity is. And I can show you this because this is a very recent picture, a stunning picture from the James Webb Space Telescope. And it's a picture of a cluster of galaxies, a dense cluster, which is in the mid-ground of this image. So imagine now a cluster of galaxies distorting the fabric of the universe, which means that the light from the distant galaxies far out into the universe beyond is moving over that distorted space-time. So the paths of the light rays are being deflected. And you can see it's so obvious in this beautiful image. It's stunning. But those arcs that you see, this is called gravitational lensing. Those are images of the distant galaxies. It's like looking at the universe through a wine glass, this photograph. But the wine glass is space and time distorted by the intervening galaxy cluster. So absolutely beautiful. I would have loved to show that to Einstein because I'd kind of, 100 years later, look, there's your theory. You can see it. So there it is. So that's Einstein's beautiful theory of gravity. Space and time distorted by the presence of anything else in the universe, as you see here. Now, I mentioned that theory then subsequently became a theory of cosmology. It was applied to the whole universe. It's an interesting story. It's shortly after it was published. The idea is that if you take these equations of Einstein's, which describe how space-time is distorted by something like a star or a planet, and you can also say, well, let's apply those equations. Let's imagine you apply it to a universe. What happens? Einstein, by the way, it's a big leap. I grant you that. Einstein wrote to a friend of his and said, I'm about to try something that may see me consigned to the madhouse. So well, let's do it. Let's just apply this to a model universe, see what happens. What you find is that quite generally, space, it doesn't only warp and distort and curve in the presence of galaxies and things. Overall, it has a very strong tendency to stretch or shrink. And it's almost actually impossible, it is, I would say, impossible in the mathematical model to stop space stretching or shrinking. It's almost like trying to balance a pencil on its points, right? You could do it in principle, but in practice, very difficult. Einstein, by the way, tried to stop his model suggesting that the universe is stretching or shrinking. And we'll talk about why he did that in a moment. But two other physicists, very famously, Alexander Friedman and Georges Lemaitre, applied the model, calculated or worked out the equations, and Lemaitre, in principle, took the equations at face value. So why does that matter? That space has a strong tendency to stretch or shrink. Well, Lemaitre considered the possibility, the particular model where space is stretching. Now, what that looked like to Lemaitre, and this is the 1920s, is something like this. So if space is stretching, here I've drawn galaxies in it. As I mentioned, we didn't really know there were galaxies beyond the Milky Way at the time, but in modern language, let's imagine there are some galaxies. And let's imagine we live in the universe, suggested as a possibility by Einstein's theory that space is stretching. That means you go forward in time, the galaxies move farther and farther away from each other. It's an expanding universe. No evidence for this at the time, just one of the mathematical possibilities. But if this is the case, then you imagine going back in time, then of course into the past, the galaxies become closer together. And so you could imagine a time when everything is very close together, on top of each other, essentially. Lemaitre met Einstein actually at a conference, very famously said to him, "Your theory suggests there was a day without a yesterday," which is one of the first references to what we now call the Big Bang, the origin of the universe. Lemaitre at the time called it a primordial atom. Now, Einstein is reported to have said to him, "Your mathematics is excellent, but your physical intuition is lousy." And the reason for that is that Einstein, I mentioned, he didn't really like this. Einstein appears to have had a predisposition at the time, as many people did, for an eternal universe. So a universe that was quite small, actually, it seems. He was thinking of this, you know, I said we didn't know there were galaxies beyond the Milky Way. So he was trying to find some kind of pattern of stars that you could have that would just be stable and could have lasted forever and would last forever. He just felt that was more natural. But it's really true that his theory strongly suggests otherwise. And Lemaitre took it seriously. As an aside, Lemaitre was a priest, a Catholic priest from Belgium, as well as a physicist and a mathematician. Once asked, how can you be both of those? Then he said, there are two roads to the truth, and I choose to take them both. Which is a very beautiful thing to say. But it's interesting to me, actually, philosophically, that Lemaitre seems to be more open to this idea, of course, because his predisposition was for an origin to the universe. And it's suggested by the mathematics. It's suggested as a possibility by the theory. Not long after, Edwin Hubble again in the late 1920s. And actually there's some evidence that a few people may have noticed it before, but Hubble's most famous for it. Notice that light from distant galaxies is stretched. And from distant galaxies, it is always stretched. And so we do live in an expanding universe. And in fact, it's the combination of the measurement of how the light is stretched from galaxies at differing distances, plus this model of Einstein's, let's go back to the Friedmann equation, it's called, in the 1920s, which allows you to make the calculation of the age of the universe. Essentially, you know how the universe has expanded over time because you've measured it, and we have the equations which tell us, that allow us to go back in time to see when everything was on top of each other. And this is where we get the 13.8 billion years. Now, so Lemaitre, actually, I should say, he was so poetic. I said, a day without a yesterday. He was asked later in life, how did you feel when you saw this? Because it's quite a moment. If you really are seeing in the mathematics, before any evidence, this suggestion the universe may have had an origin, and you're a priest, you see, it must be quite a powerful thing. And he was asked about our place. We've seen again this magical story of our ancestors coming out of Africa and then developing science and looking up at the universe and figuring all this out. And Lemaitre was asked, how did you feel? And he said, in response to that, of our position today, he said, standing on a well-cooled cinder, we see the slow fading of the suns and try to recall the vanished brilliance of the origin of the worlds. That was his description of our place on this little cinder looking out into the universe. The vanished brilliance of the origin of the worlds. We have a photograph of the vanished brilliance of the origin of the worlds today. And this is it. So this is a photograph of the entire sky, which is why it's presented like a sphere. It's called the cosmic microwave background radiation. So what you're to imagine is standing on the Earth and looking out into the sky as far as you can look. So essentially beyond the galaxies, beyond the red dots in the image that I showed you earlier, to see light that's been traveling across the universe for 13.8 billion years. So this is light, it's a photograph of the universe 380,000 years after the Big Bang. This one was taken by a satellite called Planck. So 380,000 years after the Big Bang. This was discovered, this afterglow of the Big Bang, in the 1960s, 1963. And this was the moment, 1963, when we saw, for the first time, real evidence that the universe has not always been this way. Because in this photograph, there are no stars, no planets, and no galaxies. What you're looking at is a glowing mass of gas, essentially, hydrogen and helium, almost featureless. So you're seeing a time before there was structure in the universe. Apart from the colours, they're obviously false colours, they correspond to areas of very slightly different density in this universe, which manifest themselves as different temperatures in this light, imprinted into the oldest light in the universe. Those ripples are very tiny. They're at 1 part in 100,000. So they're very slight variations in density. But this was discovered in the 1980s by a satellite called COBE. A Nobel Prize was awarded for the detection of these ripples. And George Smoot, who got the Nobel Prize, said in his Nobel Prize speech that these images are like looking at the face of God. And the reason he said that is because our modern picture now is that as the universe expands and cools from that point, 380,000 years after the Big Bang, the overdense regions ultimately collapse to form the first galaxies, clusters of galaxies and stars. So without those tiny ripples at 1 part in 100,000, we would not be here. There would be no structures in the universe at all. Remarkably, if you take that pattern that we see in the ancient light and run time forward, then you find that that pattern is transplanted into the pattern in the galaxies that we see in the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. So there's a message almost written in the pattern of galaxies across the sky, which we can trace all the way back to that. Now, these observations, these high precision observations, allow us to make a calculation, essentially. So what we can do, so I'm going to show you one graph, so I apologize for showing you a graph, but it's often been described as the most remarkable graph in all of science. I know a friend, a cosmologist, who said it's the most remarkable graph in the entire history of science, which may be going a bit far, but it's this one. So this graph, all I want you to see is that there's a line on it, which is the green line, and the red dots. The red dots, this is a representation of that map that I showed you, that photograph earlier. What you're actually looking at here is sound waves, by the way, in the young universe. That's the interpretation of what you were seeing in that photograph that I just showed you. So essentially, you're seeing the universe ringing after the Big Bang, and these sound waves going through the plasma in the young universe. And you can represent those sound waves as these peaks. So the red dots are the photograph, basically, that I showed you before. The green line is the calculation, essentially using everything we know about the universe. So how much matter is there in the universe? The density of matter. The density of what we call dark matter in the universe, which is stuff, probably some kind of particle, but we're not entirely sure because we haven't discovered it yet, dominates the universe 5 times as much as there is matter. Something called dark energy, which we think is causing the universe to accelerate in its expansion, all sorts of things, and the expansion rate itself. You put those in, and you get that line, which goes straight through the data. So this represents the standard model of cosmology. And you see there are error bars, if you're a scientist, on those data points, but they're very small. So it's a tremendously powerful understanding of the universe. However, in the last few years, which is what I referred to earlier, these measurements from the very early universe, which are extremely accurate, are beginning to disagree with measurements from the later universe. So measurements that we measure the expansion rate from looking at the supernova explosions in distant galaxies and those Cepheid variable stars that I mentioned that Edwin Hubble used in the 1920s and so on. So you can measure everything from those measurements of things like this, put them into Einstein's equations or the Friedmann equation, and you can measure the same things from the cosmic microwave background, the early universe, put them into the Friedmann equation. It was all consistent. But as the data's got more and more accurate, it's becoming less and less consistent. And in fact, many scientists now are saying that there is an unresolvable tension in these two measurements of the universe. The later universe using stars and galaxies, and the early universe. So the suggestion may be, if that's right, and it's looking more and more like it is right, it suggests there's something profound we don't understand about the way the universe has evolved from the earliest moments through to the present day. So it could mean there's something else in the universe, some other kind of form of energy or something not behaving as it should. So it's a fascinating time, but that tension is coming from measurements. And so the hope is that we get better measurements of the expansion from the James Webb Space Telescope, better measurements of the microwave background, and see if this tension is real. If it really is, then our picture of the universe is becoming frayed, and we don't quite understand. So that's the exciting position of cosmology. In the last couple of minutes, I just want to mention one more thing, which is that, well, two more things actually. One more thing. I haven't said anything about the origin of the universe at all. So Einstein's equations don't say anything about the origin of the universe. But they say, given the universe at some early time, we can work out how it expands. And as I said, it's been wonderful until now. Maybe there's something slightly wrong. Nothing about the origin at all. So you could still ask the question, well, why is there a universe at all? Is there really a beginning, this thing, the Big Bang? Is that an origin in time? To know the answer to that question, you kind of really need to know what space and time actually are. You need to know what time is if you're talking about an origin of time. And genuinely, beyond Einstein's model, we don't know. We don't know what time is. We don't know what space is. But the study of black holes is beginning to suggest that maybe space and time are not fundamental, that they emerge from something deeper. We've talked about emergence today, emergence of complexity from the simplest life to the complex life we see today, complex ecosystems. The study of these things is suggesting that space and time might emerge from something else. So this is a simulation of a black hole. And it was actually, we made this simulation using computer code that was developed for the film Interstellar, where Kip Thorne, great Nobel Prize winner, amongst others, worked with the graphics company to implement Einstein's equations into the graphics software. So the key thing is that as we orbit around this thing, this is not really an artist's impression of a black hole. It is a prediction using Einstein's theory of what a black hole would or should look like. So Einstein could have done that if he'd had 21st century computers. I show you this because this is the first photograph in human history, very famously, of a real one. This is a photograph that was taken about 5 years ago now, radio telescopes, a collaboration called the Event Horizon Collaboration. This is a photograph of a black hole in a galaxy called M87, 55 million light years away from Earth. This one is 6 billion times the mass of the sun, this thing, which makes it significantly bigger than our solar system. The study of these things is beginning to suggest that maybe underlying our concept of space and time is some kind of, deeper thing. It looks like a network of qubits. It almost looks like a quantum computer out of which space and time emerge. That is not to say we live in a simulation. I'm not saying that at all. But it's interesting that by studying these things and asking simple questions about them, we're beginning perhaps to glimpse a theory below Einstein's, if you like, from which Einstein's emerges. So that's the state of the art. The last thing I'd like to say, so it's a very exciting time in cosmology, is to go back. I wanted to answer what Oliver said earlier. I just expand for just a... he mentioned that I'd said at the COP summit in Glasgow that he talked about the overview effect very eloquently, and about the effect of looking at the Earth and what that suggests to you, and looking into the deep oceans and what it suggests. This is a photograph, it's kind of the ultimate overview effect, I think. This is a photograph of the Earth and Moon taken from Martian orbit by a spacecraft called the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. And I used this photograph in the introduction Oliver referred to the COP climate summit in Glasgow a few years ago, where I made the argument, cosmology is daunting. I've said 2 trillion galaxies. It surely strongly suggests that we were at least physically insignificant. That's one planet around one star amongst 400 billion in one galaxy amongst 2 trillion. Itself, we think, is a small patch of the observable universe. And actually, there are theories that that observable universe might be one of an infinite series of bubble universes in something called the inflationary multiverse. So clearly, we're physically insignificant. But we saw it in a few of the talks you've seen today, actually, this tortuous nature of the evolution of life on Earth, the story of human origin stretching back 4 billion years, it's clear that on this planet at least, it took something like 4 billion years to go from cell to civilization. 1/3 of the age of the universe. That's an extremely long time for a planet for the conditions on a world like this in a violent universe to remain stable enough to allow life to persist for that long. For many stars don't live that long. So you can make an argument, at least, given what we know, that planets like this might be extremely rare. And actually, you can make an argument that the average number of civilizations in a galaxy at any one time, or perhaps ever, average per galaxy might be less than one. That's an argument I've heard made quite often by astrobiologists, astronomers, and so on. So my argument at COP, which I'll close with, is that imagine that's the case. Imagine that's the only planet in the Milky Way galaxy, 400 billion suns, where complex life at our level exists. That means, to me, this is the only place where meaning exists in the Milky Way galaxy. What is meaning? Might not sound very scientific. I would argue whatever it is, it's a property, an emergent property of complex biological systems. I would argue without things as complex as the human brain, or at least mammalian brains, or brains in general, then meaning has no meaning, right? Meaning emerges from brains. That implies, therefore, that this might be the only place where meaning currently exists in the Milky Way galaxy. So my challenge to the world leaders at COP was, you are responsible for this world, right? So, each of you personally. So if you destroy this civilization, damage this ecosystem beyond repair, through deliberate action or inaction, then each of you will be personally responsible for destroying meaning in a galaxy of 400 billion suns, potentially forever. Have a nice meeting. And with that, that was the message I left them. That's the message I'll leave you with as well. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah. Thank you. Can I just say, thank you. Can I say also thank you to all the speakers. I thought every speaker on this stage was absolutely magnificent today. I don't know about you, so thank you to every speaker. I thought it was wonderful. Thank you.
That was great. Rooming with Brian briefly in London in 2000, you can imagine some of the conversations we had in pubs. Brian, you've pulled it together a little better now. It's come to that time. But, Brian, is really famous for blowing people's minds. But I'm going to give you a fact that maybe will blow your mind. So in this whole conference, which people have said, very well curated, great speakers, I'll give you a fact. There was not one American speaker. So that's an interesting fact right there, right? At this time, I would like my, my co-chair, Milbury Polk, to come up here. I'd like to thank Manuel Vaz. Where is Manuel and his staff? Over there. That is our origin story right there. Here's our Big Bang. Will Roseman, where are you? Did he leave already? Will, did you leave? Where are you? Oh, come here, Will. And with Will, this comes together because he has a staff that is so smart and that they're just, when they put these things together, there's just so much heart that goes in. So thank you so much to your... Thanks to the staff. Well, there's some of the staff's already on to the next event. John Geiger, I know you're up here. Come up here, John. And to John's staff, and again to Rolex and Kensington and Virgin Galactic. But the most important thank you of all is to Canada. Thank you, Canada. And now we get our Okay, you can go now. Speakers come up here now. if you spoke today, don't possess an American passport.